Good morning, everyone. We are now on our second day of debates within the framework of this ESPON week in Portugal under the theme of Just and Green Recovery. The ESPON week is organized in cooperation with the Portuguese presidency of the EU Council in the framework of the ESPON 2020 cooperation program, which aims to support and promote territorial cohesion and harmonious development of the European territory. ESPON, as you should know, is an European program financed by the European Commission and the Member States and other 4 non-EU members that bridge the gap between research and policymakers to provide data and insights that will support them in decision-making and policy design. One of its main objectives is precisely to improve the effectiveness of policies and to reinforce cooperation among European territories. Now, this is a week in cooperation with the Presidents of the Council, as I said, the Portuguese presidency of the Council, and Just and Green Recovery, the theme of this week, is included in the priorities of the Portuguese presidency. So, in this context, I think that the role of ESPON is more important than ever. ESPON data, impact assessment methodologies and scenarios for public policies have become crucial instruments for diagnostics. Yesterday, we had here a high-level policy debate about transition and transformation for rural areas. Today, we'll have another one, high-level policy debate on recovery for Europe and the role of cohesion policy and post-pandemic times. This is a very current theme at a time when we are, or at least hope to be, finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel of long months of one of the darkest crises in our collective history. So, what this real recovery looks like? What objectives are we setting ourselves and what is Europe proposing? Will our national ambitions fit into collective European ambition? So we have to think about all of this. If we will have a new development model in our countries and in Europe, will we be able to put an end to regional disparities? Finally, will we be capable of such difficult decision? So to inspire us in this conversation, let us first listen Commissioner Elisa Ferreira, whose portfolio is precisely cohesion and reforms.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad to have the opportunity to address you today. The topic of your discussion, new approaches to the smart economy, goes to the heart of our economic recovery. With the pandemic finally on its way out, hopefully, I think it is time for positive messages. Europe's response to the crisis is unfolding more and more. We have started a once-in-a-generation investment to rebuild our common future. And as a consequence, there are many new opportunities for territorial development. Teleworking and digitization have been expanding over the last year. And I here see a tremendous opportunity to rethink our patterns of development. As you know, in the last few years, a few large urban centers in Europe have acted as providers of growth and jobs, hubs of innovation, and service centers for the broader economy. This key role has been essential and welcome. But the new growth of teleworking and the new digital economy opens the door for smaller and medium-sized centers to also play their role to their benefit and to the benefit of their regions. Ladies and gentlemen, could this be Europe's territorial moment? Could this be the opportunity for the next generation in our Union? Substantial new investment levels, digital opportunities, territorial know-how, we must make sure that we put this together to redraw the economic map of Europe to the advantage of all our regions. In this transformation, we will need ESPON and your network of experts from across Europe. We will need your detailed territorial data. We will need your innovative methods and territorial impact assessments. We will need your decades of experience in territorial analysis. In the 2021-2027 cohesion programs, we are setting aside around half the funding for ambitious investments in a smarter and greener economy. This is around 80 billion for innovation and digitization and around 100 billion in green projects. Investments in digital infrastructure, e-skills, e-inclusion and e-governance, business development, green public transport, renewable energy, smart grids and much more, mainly of course, in the least developed parts of Europe. These investments must be smart, they must be ambitious, but most of all, they must be territorially smart. In particular, I see two challenges. First, the smart and green transformation must start with cities. Cities are centers of economic activity, of knowledge generation and of innovation, of citizen and community engagement. Cities play thus a key role as service providers for surrounding areas, and this is particularly crucial for small and medium-sized cities. Cities will, of course, have access to the considerable investments I have already mentioned, but in particular, 8% of the European Regional Development Fund, so we are talking about around 16 billion euros, is set aside for local development projects led by local decision makers. Moreover, we have created a new instrument, the European Urban Initiative, to finance innovations and experiments. Successful prototypes will be scaled up and lessons disseminated. In making these investments, we must draw on ESPON evidence. For example, your findings that smart city solutions so far have been largely dominated by technology push, meaning research. We need to balance this with more market and community pull, reflecting the needs of citizens. This requires a territorial approach and territorial intelligence, tailoring the technology to the needs of the area. And second challenge is smart villages and innovation in rural areas. Smart specialization is not just of relevance to cities. It is highly relevant for rural areas. And here we need a new concept of innovation. Not just science-based innovation, but a broader narrative. Innovation to manage environmental transition and environmental risks. Innovation to manage social transition, including demographic challenges. Cohesion policy already has many successful examples of innovation building on local activities and local culture. One particular opportunity is agri-food, since the agriculture, forestry and fisheries sector tends to show lower levels of innovation than the overall economy. And since over 40% of the European Union rural regions are also cross-border regions, we must also remember the new interregional innovative investments, linking innovation systems across borders. Another welcome development is the European Union Action for Smart Villages. Working with local community, we seek to improve access to services, develop short food supply chains, and develop, for instance, renewable energy sources. We encourage member states to support smart villages by investing in broadband, in IT training, and for small and medium companies outside the farming sector. In all these areas, from rural innovation and interregional innovation to smart villages, the territorial dimension will be crucial. For all this, we'll continue to rely on the work of ESPON. In conclusion, with our new European instruments, we are now in a once-in-a-generation moment where exceptional investments and the digitization of the economy can be managed together to rebalance the European territory. We should strengthen small and medium-sized centers and rural areas. All this requires investment, but it also requires something more: territorial intelligence. Every territory is a different world, with different conditions, different opportunities, and investments must be driven from the bottom up. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where ESPON can and will play a crucial role. This is where Europe relies on you. I wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
We have just heard Commissioner Ferreira, who not only, as we see, wished us a fruitful discussion, but more than that, outlined some questions that deserve to be looked at. But first of all, let me introduce who will be with us today for this debate. Ana Brunhosa, the Portuguese Minister of Territorial Cohesion, economist and university professor, who has held various public positions, mainly related to regional management, then regional development, economy and innovation, such as President of the Central Region Coordination and Development Commission. António Costa Silva, the professor, engineer and administrator who designed the big ideas of the country's economic strategy for the next decade, and now chairs the National Monitoring Committee of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. As he said, the plan is not intended to be in the response to the emergency, but rather to solve structural problems that have been dragging on for years in the country. I quote it. Viktor Shradovsky, the director of ESPON, geographer by education, regional planner and process manager by profession. For the last 6 months, he has been deeply engaged with the team of the Portuguese president to deliver a major contribution about the future of rural areas. He is a lecturer, researcher, advisor, policy developer, and program and project manager. Since 1997, he has been working with intergovernmental networks and multi-stakeholders development initiatives across Europe. And finally, we have Claude Turmes, Minister of Spatial Planning and Energy of Luxembourg, who will share with us his views on the topics that will be discussed here, but by video message. And now, Minister, tell me, can you tell us something about what is the plan, the objectives, the main objectives of the Portuguese recovery plan in this aspect of territorial cohesion? Because it was curious, Commissioner Elisa Ferreira said this is the European territorial moment.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Victor. Good morning, Professor. And to all of you that are in a virtual way with us. So our recovery plan has, first of all, a strategic vision that was coordinated by Professor Costa e Silva. It was a very discussed plan and strategy with the territory. So the first thing I think we have in this our recovery plan is that people and territory must be at the spotlight of its execution. If you don't have that, we won't have territorial cohesion. So we have a vision, we have a plan. Now we should put the plan into the field, and in order to have a good execution of the plan, we should have the people and the territory involved and in action and making and executing the project. this doesn't happen, we won't have territorial cohesion. Because when we say that people and territory are at the spotlight of all policies, because this means territorial cohesion, and of course we need data, as the Commissioner said, more than ever. We need the ESPON experts. Thank you for your wonderful job, because as a professional in my university profession and as a decision maker, I need data more than ever. I need data to design the measures and the policies, and I need data to monitor the execution of the policies. And in Portugal we still have a need of having territorial data at the level of municipalities, for instance. And this is very, very important, because we should, from the beginning of the design of the policies and when executing them, to involve the communities. Otherwise, they don't feel that they are empowered and they don't care about it.
And how will you do that? To involve the people and the communities?
From the beginning. First of all, the territory is different. So, despite having a national plan, we should have in consideration the territorial specificities. And we do that better when we work with people and with the institutions of the territory. Think about the North region, the Central region. We have disparities because the regions are very different. So I can have a national plan, a national measure, but I have to have the expertise to adapt that measure to the territorial specificities. And the cohesion policy allows me to do that. I can adapt a national measure to the territorial specificities. And the best way to do that is to understand the problems and to work with the communities in what concerns the solutions and the better ways to solve the problems.
But, sorry, Minister, but who will be in charge of these projects? Because I don't understand. There are projects from the communities, and then you, as the ministry, will act. But how this will serve?
In Portugal, we have the regions that we call CCD. In Portuguese, CCDRs. So we have, we do not have autonomous regions, but we have administrative regions, and they have a professional. They have responsibilities in what concerns regional development. They have the competence of coordinating the policies in the region. So many of the projects that our recovery plan has or will allow will be executed by municipalities and by the companies and by the social sector. So in each region of Portugal we have a strategy, a regional development strategy. That strategy is aligned with the strategic vision for the recovery plan. So in each region we have a team that will coordinate the interventions in the region. And this is very important because the strategic vision of that we have is the basis for the recovery plan, but also for the next programming period. So we have the strategic vision of the country, the strategic vision of the regions, and these are aligned. And when implementing the recovery plan and the next programming period, Portugal 2030, we will have projects that must have to be aligned with this strategic vision, and we will have the regions that are responsible for the regional operational programs of the next programming period, and they will also coordinate some of the measures of the recovery plan, because if you should have the territory and people, and the sectoral measures should have the territory as the spotlight and not the other way around. We cannot have the territory or the actors adapting to each measure. No, our focus should be the people, territory, and the specificities. And we have the flexibility, because our strategic vision and our recovery plan has the flexibility, the innovation to allow us to have specific measures to the territory. We have specific measures to the water problem. We have specific measures for in each region. We have specific measures for the competitiveness of the regions. The low density regions have different needs from the companies in the big cities. So we cannot afford to have fits-it-all suit for the companies. It's and this is, we say it easily, but this means a lot of work with people listening, working together, and most of all, having a coordinated work, because in the regions we have the representatives of the government sectors, and they should be coordinated. And in my opinion, this means that those representatives should work together, coordinated by the region. So this means more decentralization, this means more empowerment for the municipalities, for the communities, and for the regions. I am a regionalist, as you know, and I believe that we will have a better execution of our recovery plan if the communities feel that they are empowered, feel that they have the resources, and feel that we have the flexibilities to adapt our measures to their specificities. And this is very, very important.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Minister.
you.
I would like to ask Mr. Costa Silva, who designed this plan. Your plan is based on two phases, I think. The first is to protect employment, save the economy, and then to, in the medium term, to transform the economy, modernizing and make it more sustainable. Have listened the Minister. How do you think that our plan could look at this, how it will work in this territorial cohesion and problems and specificities? How you see this coordination between the micro and the macro?
Yes. Good morning to everybody, and my greetings to my colleagues here on the panel, to the people that is following this discussion. I think Minister Ana Abrunhosa passed a very strong message. Without empowerment of the local actors, we cannot develop this plan. And I think this is a crucial issue. In Portugal, in the democratic societies, we are used to the models of governments that work from the top to down, with a very hierarchical structures. I think what the Minister is here suggesting, and it is very important, and I fully agree with that, we need also to work from the land, from the different actors to the top, in order to empower the policies and making things happen. And when we look to the country, and the Minister knows better than me all the country, she was deeply involved with these regional actors, but it's amazing. I think the country is full of ideas, of dynamism. I was dealing, for instance, with Viseu. They have a platform with local ideas, the local plan.
Viseu is a city in the center of Portugal.
Exactly. But I was in Coimbra, where the minister has this CCDR. Coimbra is full of ideas, how we can profit this opportunity in terms of developing all the know-how that we have in the region. So Coimbra, they have a very advanced research on biomedical sciences. It's necessary to combine them. They have enterprises connected to the electronics and software and data. Data will be crucial for the future. If you go to the interior, for instance, to Bragança or to Beja, you have a pool of agriculture technologies, and this is the dynamism of the enterprises, of the local authorities, that they created these pools. Covilhã is amazing. They have a pool of biomedical sciences. If you go to Fundão, you have a sort of startups linked to the new technologies and digital technologies. So what is the idea here? I don't agree that we have to recover to the way we have before. If we go there, we just repeat the same model. And I think we have to change completely the model. If you look, the economic model that we have in Portugal, in Europe, relies on the exponential consumption of resources. We transform resources into garbage in a velocity without parallel in history. These have to be stopped, because the consequences of this model is the environmental disaster, the environmental devastation of the planet, the destruction of the biodiversity, and I think the pandemic is a warning signal for all of us. We are destroying the biodiversity, so all the viruses are contained in these natural habitats. If we destroy them, the human species is exposed. So we have to protect biodiversity. And this is the key from the structural changes that we need. We have to rethink our model. We have to build in things, and the country is aligned with that. I was also in Oporto some weeks ago. They have a smart development cluster linked to circular economy. And circular economy means that we have to change totally the paradigm. This paradigm to transform resources into garbage has to stop. We have to recycle, to reuse, to reduce the consumption. If we don't reduce the consumption, the ecological roof of the planet is under stake. And we are crossing the limits of the Earth system attention in biodiversity, on the acidification on the seas, everything that happened. What is the message here of the territory? The people sees we are in the cities, well protected. No, the attention, what happens in the cities is strongly affected by the older territory, by the interior, by the forests, by the agricultural soils, and by the sea. So we have this broad vision to incorporate all these elements and work together, not only to protect the seas, but to develop the interior. And for the development of the interior, I think the Iberian hinterland is crucial. If you look to the Iberian Peninsula, the most developed city is Madrid, and Madrid is in the center. So this idea that we are discussing in the country interior is synonymous that they are totally ignored, no way for the future. This is wrong. And this is why I insist we can create these poles in the interior, connect with the other side of the board. As the Commissioner Elisa Ferreira has pointed out, this innovation across borders is very, very important. But for that, we need broad developments in terms of the things that will matter for the cohesion of the country. And
excuse me, you are talking about very difficult decision that we have to make.
Yes.
Do you think that we as a nation will be capable to do and of such difficult decision? Because this is a complete mindset. I mean, in our life.
I think, Luisa, you are totally right. We need a change of the mindset. But if you look to the status of the country was strongly affected by the pandemic. Yeah. Last year we had a drop in our GDP of 7.6%. It's a huge drop. You have to go decades before to find similar drops. The last studies show that the effect of the pandemic and with the anemic development of the country in terms of the economy has created a problem of poverty in the country. 1 in each 5 Portuguese, they are living in the edge of poverty. This is something that we have to change. So it's our collective responsibility. And to change that, it is crucial. And this, I think, is in the center of the cohesion policies, to bid for qualifications and competencies. We are still one of the countries where the percentage of people that completes the secondary school is on the lower side compared with Europe. We need to change that. We need to invest a lot on the fiber optics, to extend the fiber optics across the country, because digitalization, as the Minister said, and the Commission as well, digitalization is a powerful democratic tool. And we have experience in the country for the agriculture of high precision. A new generation of young agriculture, they can move to the interior, they use satellite images to intervene in the cultures, in the crops, they intervene in the right times, and they use data. And as the Minister pointed out very well, data is crucial here. And my bid as well is a sort of dream. I would like to see an internet of the territory. What does that mean? Is that we have to bid for the data. Without data, we don't know the territory, we cannot study. The territory is very diverse, with different vulnerabilities, and also very different combinations between the forest and agriculture soils. And what this does mean, the internet of the territory, is an investment of the state, of the government, but also for the enterprises, because we will need sensors. Sensors change everything. We will need drones. We will need satellite images. And if we know the territory, we can prevent the fires in the forests. We can treat the forests in a completely different way. We can design a new mosaic, a new combination between forests and agriculture soils. We can develop a lot in terms of the software treatment of data, which is crucial, and everything will move the country ahead. I think we have the conditions, but I think you are right. We need a sort of change of our mindset. But I think the authorities, the decision makers, and this is why I accepted when the Prime Minister invited me for this commission, because I placed several obstacles that I said, and one of them, and I think we have a very persuasive Prime Minister, because he was and he said, no, we will need innovation in the organization, because this is the most difficult innovation. We have innovation in technologies, but in organization, in the way we work together, in the way we can combine all these wheels to make the things happen, this is a big challenge. I am convinced that we have a lot of difficulties, but we have energy, we have ideas, we have this new mood in the country. I think we can do it.
We can do it. I hope so.
And we have the local dynamics that Professor said. And those local and regional dynamics, they push us to do things differently. Now we have people and the territory demanding new way of making and designing policies. And this is a bottom-up demanding for new ways of making policy and decision making. And we can see every day this happens, because we follow the territory many times. That's why we need data, because without data we just have perceptions, and sometimes perceptions are risky.
Yes,
Thank you.
I can understand that. Mr. Szyderowski, we and the Minister talk a lot about the necessity of data, and ESPON is data. But not only, but it's very important. So how can ESPON contribute to the implementation of these national policies in the territories? Can you explain something about this?
Definitely, thank you very much.
What is the role of ESPON?
Yes, I would, of course, thank you for bringing in the definition of ESPON, what ESPON is about. But in the common language, we say ESPON is about understanding, ESPON is about knowledge, ESPON is about suggesting how to act. So the word how is very important, because when the visions are made, when the priorities are set, when the organization of the work is decided by multi-level governance schemes, hopefully so, as I heard from my honorable panelists here, so bottom-up and top-down put together, then we need also to know what we could do together, how to act together, and also to all those different elements of territory and people. And also what Professor was saying about patterns and mosaic, we also need to understand trends. ESPON brings knowledge about trends, what happened in the past. Can we learn from what happened in the past to create a new future? And in creating new future, we also need to prevent the worst from happening, or if it happens, to have some ideas and measures to mitigate the threats, the risks and hazards.
And in Portugal specifically, do you have some work? Because I heard that you have a pilot project in Monchique, is the southern region of Portugal, in Algarve.
Yes.
So I would like that if you can talk and say to us, what is this? What is this project pilot in Monchique?
It's about the ESPON architecture is that we work a lot with European evidence. So at the European level, we predict and present the trends, how the territories develop together, because there are different ways that territories develop. Some develop faster, some develop in a slower pace. So we present the picture of Europe. And on that, against that background, we are able to also display the status of Portuguese territories, so that I can easily compare, are we in the, say, top group of, say, primary developers? Are we in the worst? Are we really at the bottom? So this is also a very inspirational moment where these areas may say, or the decision makers like the minister may say, well, we are not well off yet. We need to learn from some other areas. And with important information contained in ESPON reports on what's going not that well or what's going good, then we could create a case for one or two Portuguese areas like Monchique, to say there is some general policy advice at the European level how to develop better in, for instance, mitigating economic and social losses of natural disasters, wild forest fires, floods, hazards, how to prevent the negative trajectory of land transformation. So this is what we have done at the European level with one of the projects, and now we are going to demonstrate what it means for policy making in the Monchique region in this specific pilot study. But again, we need people. Because what we are presenting, you may say it's very abstract, it's very hanging in the air. Maybe it's very hermetic knowledge. We need to translate it to the local and regional context of this specific area, Monchique region, so that people understand what we talk about and what their role is in implementing measures to contain, to prevent, to mitigate. Without people, as my predecessors were saying, the plans are nothing. The plans are just to be put on the shelf. We need people to understand, we need to communicate to the people the importance that what we do throughout ESPON, throughout your works at the ministerial level, with your brilliant expertise, Professor, we need to communicate that this is with them and not for them, because they are the subject, not the object of the policy intervention. So if we are able to demonstrate that this is for them to benefit, to gain, to be better prepared for the future based on the knowledge of the trends, of the challenges, of the patterns, then we can win.
Yeah. Minister, there is a lot of inequalities in talking about regions and territorial point of view. So do you think that it's possible, and how it will be possible, to put an end of these regional disparities and inequalities?
Yes, we have a very asymmetric country, but also a very diverse country. This is, it seems a paradox, but this is the reality. And I believe things are starting to change because of these local dynamics, and because people now realize that with technology, digitalization, and the need to have a new green agenda, they could live in the low density areas with safety, with better living conditions. And the pandemic taught us. Many families went from the cities to the low density areas, but we have a lot of things to do do. We need, for instance, the Commissioner told us this is very, because now we can have telework, but
yes.
Without digital connection we cannot have telework. And many of the public services now are available by internet, and families should have those tools to have access to the public service. So the way to solve these asymmetries that are still big is to have specific problems respecting the local dynamics, but also it's very important to have in mind that we have to have in every activity knowledge, science and qualified people. And this is a circle, because if you have knowledge and if you have technologies in agriculture, in the forest, the most qualified people, they want to work with in those activities. Because what happened in our interior, the agriculture and the forest activities are not competitive, so they don't give enough money to the producers and to the companies. So people moved to the cities because they felt they could have a better conditions and better jobs. But now, with the pandemics, we see that the cities are no longer, for many people, safe places. During the pandemics, big problems that we know we still have in the housing conditions, no public spaces in many areas of our cities, the problem of the public transports, the safety. We don't have these problems in the low density areas. And you could have a qualified job in those regions, and you could live in Fundão, in Castelo Branco, and work for a company in the world. So the way to deal with these asymmetries is to have is to feed the dynamics that we already have in the territory and putting the actors working together. And this is very important. In every activity, from traditional to the technological activity, we need science. And we need to put the knowledge into the value chain, because most of our companies still don't work with the academia or with the people that have the knowledge. And most our problems are so complex that the empirical knowledge is not enough to solve them. And companies don't produce products and services, they produce solutions. They respond to the needs. So they produce. We must have, even in agriculture, forest, or other activities, we must have technological and complex products and services, because this is the way that in the global economies, our companies in every sector, because you should have, this was one of the lessons of the pandemic, we should have a diverse economic base, because when we have a region that is dependent only of one activity, it has no resilience to external shocks. So it is very important that we combine traditional activities with that have technology. The word traditional means that we have more knowledge and more responsibility in what concerns those activities. So having in mind that in each region we should respect the dynamics, we should have institutional capacity in those regions, because institutions are very important in these dynamics. What do I mean about institutional capacities? The municipalities, the associations are very important. The regional authorities are very important, because sometimes they are the glue to connect all the actors, because in low density areas, if we have leadership, it's very important, because people make the difference. Look what happens in Fundão, look what happens in Bragança, and in those places that we have good examples already. We must multiply the good examples that we have, and in our low density areas, because they are at the border, we must work with our Spanish friends, and we must have, I also have the cooperation funds. And so in what concerns the low density areas, we have the recovery plan, we have the next programming period, and also cooperation. We have a common strategy for cooperation. For the first time, we have a political document in which we have the strategic areas of common work between Portugal and Spain in the border regions. This is very important because normally the borders are dynamic, and we have to think about the border as the center of the Portugal and Spain, and not the end of Portugal or the end of Spain. And not just for agriculture, not just for forest or tourism, for technological activities, because we now have very, very good examples. And I believe, I'm a believer in what concerns science, data, knowledge, because I think the pandemic taught us science solves most of our problems. During the pandemics, the current citizen understood the importance of science, because when we were watching TV, the importance of science entered into our houses, and during our meals we discussed the importance of science. This is very important, because when people, citizens, don't understand the importance of science, of technologies, if they don't pay attention, they don't feel that the decision makers and the instruments and the measures which we design and put science at the spotlight, they don't understand and they don't give importance. And now they give importance to science. And I'm a true believer that with science, with technology, we can have more qualified people in the most traditional sectors, and we could have in those low density areas more diverse activities and technological based activities.
So you are talking about this, and I would like to ask you if one of the Portuguese problems is precisely the low qualification of the people. So how can we achieve the aim to qualify people in a short period? Because this is the European plan, and our plan that you have designed is it's a small period, it's a decade. How in a decade can we qualify people in order to change the economy and to change the country?
I think it's a very relevant question. It's a very difficult issue. I think we have to mobilize the people, demonstrate the importance of science. I think that with science we can change our relationship with nature, with the ocean, with the forests, with the territory, and this is the key. And changing this relationship means that we have today a sort of predatory relationship with the ocean, a predatory relationship with our territory as well, and we need to change that for our own survival. And I think the people understand that. And the pandemic crisis has demonstrated in the country that the country was able to mobilize what I call the cognitive infrastructure of the country, the amount of knowledge. And we have seen that for the health sciences. Now is to use that in all other areas. And in the Commission for the follow-up of the plan, this is the intent, to bring the scientists of different areas from the territory. We have very good people from the enterprises, from the innovation system, mobilize them and try to find solutions for these important challenges. I think the situation has converged to show us the importance of that. We cannot ignore that Portugal, in terms of innovation, we are a creative people in terms of ideas. Our problem is to bring ideas into the economy and make firms with a global impact. This is our problem, and it is amazing because in the 23rd of June last year, the European Innovation Scoreboard, they just passed Portugal from moderator in terms of innovation to a strong innovator country. And you see what are our neighbors here. Germany is France, and we ask ourselves, how can we do that? And I quote this study of the University of Harvard. So between 2002 and 2017, they found out that Portugal economy was able to create around 40 new products, and some of them with high added value. And we created these products exactly in the 2 decades where the economy is more or less stagnated. So we have a problem to bring the innovation into the entrepreneurial system and make the things happen. And I think there we also have learning lessons, and we are in conditions maybe to have this leap forward, bringing this innovation into the system. We cannot ignore that in 2019 we had 4,000 medium and small companies that invested in innovation and technology development. Of course, this is just a fraction of our total universe of companies, but this is something that happened. In some of these companies, they act exactly in areas that will bring the new solutions. We didn't discuss, for instance, bioenergy or bioeconomy. Bioeconomy is crucial, and we have in the country competences on that, on chemistry, on physics. What it is needed is exactly to find solutions to replace, for instance, the plastics. Each year, we deposit in the oceans between 8 to 10 million tons of plastics, and this is a disaster. Yeah. We can replace the plastics by biological materials. And you have in the country is amazing. For instance, I was discussing with the people in Viana do Castelo, maybe the minister knows that there is a firm that is trying to develop the fishing nets with biological materials. And you can see if they find this solution, you can go in the global scale. So this is what I defend. Our companies, if they have good ideas, if they are supported, they are funded, if they shift the mental paradigm, if they have a more quality in terms in the management, which is crucial also in the country, we can have a sort of micro multinationals, companies that operate in Portugal based on what we call the digital nomads. So people are qualified that can work in the interior. What else with these companies, and use please the electronic platforms. And this is just to answer to your question, where we can fail, and we have to be very attentive to that. If you look to digitalization, all of us, we defend digitalization. But in 2019, only 17% of the firms in Portugal had commerce by electronic means. It's very few, one of the lowest in Europe. If you look to the digital competences of our population, it is around 52%, only in the basics. It's below the European average.
There is another problem that maybe you can add to this conversation, this demography. In Portugal, we have a very old population.
Absolutely.
And
so how can we change this?
And a very low rate of active population.
Yes.
So we need people, we need immigrants, we need to integrate them in a good way, because as it happens in Germany and in other countries, we do not have the people necessary to produce or to develop the activities that we need.
And then we have another problem, the politic problem with the migration and populist.
So we should have, and we are developing and making, we have good examples of integration, very, very good examples. In Odmira, we have a school in which we have 27 countries, children from 27 countries. So
in one school.
In one school. So we have very good examples of integration.
And Odmira is in the very interior.
Spotlight.
In the very interior.
Yes. So we have a school with 27 nationalities children. So we have good examples. The best way to integrate immigrants is to bring their families. That's, in my opinion, the solution. Because if an engineer comes to Portugal, then he wants to go to Germany. But if he brings his family, they quickly realize that this is a good country to raise their family. And in Oliveira do Hospital, in the center of our country, we have a collaborative lab that works with the circular economy in agro-food, and we have people from 5 countries. We have a man from Bangladesh, and he says to me, Minister, I will never leave Portugal. And my daughter, that is wants to be a physician, she wants to go abroad, and I tell her, please don't leave Portugal, because we have adapted to this country. So we have a problem of qualifications, mostly in the eldest people, because young people are more qualified, but we still have people that don't go to university or don't have higher education. We have a problem. The eldest people have lower qualification, and we still have a problem of qualification in what concerns managers in companies. So we should have the transition to the next generation. This is not easy to do, but we have a qualification problem. We are dealing with it in this way, putting the academia working with the companies and working together in the contents of the courses. This is very important, because we need our people to be productive in a few months, and they only can do that if their qualification fits the market needs. So this is very important, that companies and academia work together. But this is a reality that we should underline. We need immigrants. We don't have enough children to develop the activities and what we need. The pandemic taught us one thing: we should be sufficient, autosufficient. I'm not afraid to say this. We are very dependent from other countries in what concerns food, in what concerns essential goods. So we should support industry. Industry is very, very important. We have to pay more attention.
This is a change of Europe also.
Yes, this is an European challenge.
Completely differently.
Yes, and the openness is very important, but it should be an equivalent openness. So it's very, very important, because we demand our companies social condition, green regulation, and this is a huge charge, but this is the right way to be sustainable. But we should demand the same to the products that come from outside. And the companies, sometimes they feel that this is not fair. And they should realize that our demanding is for every company, from every country, because this is the right way
in the European Union and
outside the European. So the openness of the European Union should have an equivalent conditions that we put to our companies and to the outside companies. This is my opinion, and we should put more incentives, we should put more effort in our industry and in our agriculture. It's very important. The pandemic taught us. In 2 days, our borders were closed.
Yeah.
In 2 days, most of our companies lost their markets.
Yeah.
We didn't have in the supermarkets some essential goods. This cannot happen anymore. Yeah. And we should learn from this lesson. So we should invest in agriculture, forest. We should invest in diversifying economies based on science, technology, qualified people. This is a common factor. With that, we need more people. So if you don't make children, we should import.
We have to import them.
Yes, this is.
Minister, don't forget as well, I fully agree with the immigrants, don't forget the diaspora.
Yes,
We have
yes,
5 million
Portuguese-
people
yes,
across
the
the world.
Portuguese
But we
diaspora.
don't
Yes,
work with them, we
Professor,
don't have networks
you are always
attracting
right.
them.
He's
And
always
I think,
right.
I think
Because
it is
our
very
diaspora
important.
has the need of being cherished by
Absolutely.
us.
They need
In other countries, our diaspora is very entrepreneur.
Yeah.
They have good companies. They just need a little of cherries from our part to invest in our country. And
Absolutely.
you know, many of them are investing in our low density areas because
Absolutely.
many of them are from those areas.
were born
And
there.
they never lose
Absolutely.
The connection.
The links.
no,
And the links,
no,
yes.
no. We are a people. The
But
Portuguese.
you are talking about the first generation.
No,
Not about
no,
the second
no.
and
The
third.
second and the third generation. We have examples of investment of the third generation. They want to come to Portugal because the situation is not good in
Other countries.
other European countries.
yes.
And the young people that is qualified, they are in Bragança. We have a company of 2 sisters. Their father is in France, and they have a company.
And they were born there?
They were born in France, and they live in a small city near Bragança, and they have a good company connected to the forests, and they sell to every country and to Portugal. And when I asked her, have you children? Yes, I have 3, I have 2, and I want to have more because here I can see my children grow up. Because in France or in the big cities, people don't have the children they want to have because they know.
But neither in Portugal, you must say.
Yes, this is not a Portuguese problem. This is an European problem.
Yeah.
You don't have the children you want because you don't have the time to see them grow. This is terrible. So we need a hard and solid policy, but it takes time, and in the meanwhile we need people, so we just have to import them and make good integration programs.
Yeah.
So I am a very pragmatic people, as you know, and we have very, very good examples. I could stay all the morning giving you examples from the north to the south. The third generation, Luisa.
Of immigrants.
Yes.
Fantastic.
And they are qualified.
Yeah.
Yes, and
So we need them.
Yes, and we have a special program that we support the expenses when they come, and we give them fiscal stimulus because during 5 days the immigrants that come they pay only
5 years.
5 years they pay only 50% of the taxes, the singular taxes, the family taxes, and sometimes they say this is very important, but this is not the biggest, the most important reason why we came, because here we can have a life. And it has been a trend, but and Victor can tell us more about it. This trend was previous to the pandemic, but the pandemic accelerated this trend. Look, our children, they don't want a car, they don't want to buy a house, they want to have a good life, they want to have a good profession, they want to feel realized. And
some of them, they want to be and to live in the
that's good if
this is a change in
the young people.
If it is an option and not a need, it's good. But because qualified people, they should have worlds. When we have world, when we know the world, we are better person and better professionals. So our children, they don't pay attention to the material thing. They pay attention to the circular economy. They pay attention to the digitalization. And they demand this, and all the politicians, we should respond to those needs. Otherwise, they don't feel empowered, they don't want to know, and we won't have development.
So after this, I think it's time to listen Mr. Claude Termes, Minister of Spatial Planning and Energy of Luxembourg, who will be with us by video message.
Dear Ministers, dear Commissioner, it's an honor for me to participate in today's ESPON conference. ESPON is a great organization and we are pleased to be able to host it in Luxembourg. ESPON is this excellence in spatial planning in Europe. In normal times, it helps us to better gear cohesion funds to the right places in Europe. And in these exceptional times where we have to rebuild part of our economy after COVID, the ESPON expertise is of course even more valuable and welcome. We have two urgencies. One is to rebuild those parts of the economy and of course the citizens affected by it after the lockdowns and be them full or partial, which we had to do during COVID. And we have a second urgency, which is the environmental urgency, which is climate change, which is biodiversity, but which is also resource scarcity. Circular economy, investing into renewable energy efficiency, all that is extremely important to prevent that the economic boosting, which we have to do now, will not result in even making the ecological crisis worse. ESPON has done a lot of programs recently, like Locate for low carbon economy, Sector for circular economy. It works on small and medium enterprises. It has ESCAPE on shrinking of rural areas. So ESPON has a lot of detailed programs which can help us in that situation. Maybe 2 words on Luxembourg and the money which we will receive from EU and how we will use it. The first is that on REACT-EU, the short-term economic impulse, we will basically take that money to finance or refinance large-scale testing which we used during the COVID, and also the short-time work schemes. So large-scale testing enabled us in Luxembourg to have a very accurate view at each time of the crisis, and that allowed us to be much more targeted, and that's part of the reason why Luxembourg sailed more smoothly through the COVID crisis. And the second thing which we did well is we invested millions into supporting workers and their industry or businesses with short-time work schemes. So we, of course, the restaurant, tourism, the event industry, but also certain industries. So, and large-scale testing and also the short-time work schemes helped us really to basically be able to go through the COVID crisis without affecting too much our citizens. So our unemployment has not raised dramatically, and we were able not to close too often and too much our economy. Second instrument is the Recovery and Resilience Facility. That is really where more than 60% will go to climate and environmental measures, housing projects with fully renewable heat, charging infrastructure for e-mobility, and then nature-based solutions to cope with weather extremes. So that is 3 big projects which we will be able to finance through the Recovery and Resilience Facility. The smaller budget which Luxembourg will receive with Just Transition, that money we want to essentially earmark for skills, So unfortunately, we don't have to close coal mines because we have none. But what we have to do in Luxembourg is that we have to train and to retrain people to be able to be experts in putting solar PV on the roofs, isolate and renovate housing, and, for example, retrain those craftsmen who were used to build heating or gas, oil heating or gas heaters, and to retrain them to do heat pumps. And this is completely different skills you need. Heat pumps is about much more electricity, about fluids, and so you have to really retrain during weeks, if not months, that workforce, and we want to use the Just Transition Fund to be able to do that. The last thing which I wanted to mention is on that is tribute to Portugal. I think you have been one of the early movers with Denmark, showing that energy transition and jobs can go hand in hand. In the middle of the COVID crisis, your wind turbine businesses have been able to create 500 new jobs, and the fact that you are a good country on wind and solar will allow you to have low electricity prices. That will bring new economic actors to Portugal, and Portugal will be one of the green hydrogen exporters, and we as Luxembourg are interested to cooperate with you on that. Maybe a little parenthesis at the end. The depth and the severity of climate change will need to bring us solutions which are out of the box, which go beyond what we know today. And in that respect, we have launched in Luxembourg a creative process which we call Luxembourg in Transition, where we had in the beginning 10 international teams to work about what is an economy, a low carbon economy looking like. But above all, what is a low carbon territory looking like, and how can we use spatial planning to induce lifestyle changes. Spatial planning will be key to completely reshuffle the space, the scarce space in the towns, to get it more for human activity, children which can play on the streets, cyclists, scooters, and less cars. So spatial planning will be important for that. And spatial planning will, of course, also be important to bring back part of the gardening or activities, vegetables and others near to the cities. So we intend also to do urban gardening and to create areas around the bigger cities where we will grow again our vegetables. So this is first ideas from this Luxembourg in Transition, and I hope that our process in Luxembourg on Luxembourg in Transition can inspire also the European Bauhaus, and I hope that ESPON can be again a center of excellence also to help us to identify how can spatial planning basically be a trampoline, be an enabler of the necessary lifestyle changes we need on our diets, on our mobility, on bringing renewable energy every year. Thank you very much for today, but also above and more than we can do today for the dedicated work of ESPON, which contributes really to Luxembourg, but also to Europe as a whole.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our minister had to leave, so we continue our discussion, our debate. So please tell us, Mr. Szklarowski, I'm sorry.
No problem.
We have heard the minister talk about the links and in the village and in the interior and the need to these connections. How can we build in Europe this connection in order to develop ourselves in Portugal and connecting everybody in Europe?
I think that was very inspirational what Minister Thomas just said about the Luxembourgish way to transform the lifestyle, the mentality of people. And I don't think that Portugal is alone in this sort of a challenge that we discussed before the minister took the floor. The reason being that ESPON brings this European understanding, European knowledge, but also brings a lot of inspiration of what other countries are doing. And I think this is very illuminating that it's possible when designing the policy to compare, are we having similar problems? Are there similar problems elsewhere in Europe that we could draw inspiration from? Or can we even inspire some other territories? And based on this exchange, then we can adjust our policies with people at the very center. And now talking about people at the very center, we promote the idea of territorial leaders. Territorial leaders is something that comes in many of our projects, in many of our thematic activities.
It's across Europe.
Across Europe. So you may have those territorial leaders at all levels of governance. You may have them at the European level, which is obvious. You have them in the government, and the minister was the example that she thinks out of the box, as Minister Thomas was saying, bottom up, not top down. So with the people, not for the people. You should have them at the regional level, at municipal level, but also in communities. So this was very inspirational also to hear how Portugal is thinking about, well, the diaspora, the people that can be connected as digital nomads, to also help, to inspire, to mobilize, to encourage and empower the communities around. In ESPON, we talk and think a lot about functional areas, flows, transfers, dynamisms, the certain territorial characteristics over time. And again, what was very touching for me is to understand now that the borders are not the obstacles, but the centers of everything. And here, it's not just about connecting those leaders within Portugal, but also to connect them to the European pool of knowledge. And in ESPON, we are facilitating that. We have a lot of good practice examples collected through working with stakeholders at different levels. It's not just about European projects, but also case studies to demonstrate how practically the data, the evidence, the knowledge can be taken into account in policy making.
But tell us, Europe is very diverse, as we know. So how can we achieve these links between the territories and well, the communities are very different. A small community in Portugal, nothing to see with in Poland or Denmark or German. So Germany. So how can we link them? Because this needs a change of mentality.
I tend to disagree with you because at face value, we may say a small rural municipality in Portugal is far away from a municipality in Denmark. But at a certain point, this municipality in Denmark had faced similar problems of discontinuity, of lack of cohesion.
And ESPON identified this.
Yes,
this
ESPON
problem.
identifies this, and ESPON connects between the policymakers and researchers. So this is our role also, not to say to everyone, please do as ESPON suggests, but say, we can connect you through ESPON to the people that had similar problems in the past, and they overcame this problem owing to the understanding of the cohesion of the glue between people, institutions, the system, and the territory. So I think that's important to understand this functional approach, that we are not an isolated island, be it a municipality, the region, the Portugal, but we are one Europe, and there are many cohesive elements in Europe. So this is also this positive narrative.
Yeah.
The problem of one municipality in Portugal is not an isolated problem. Somewhere in the past and somewhere in the future, a similar problem is going to occur. Why not learning from those mistakes and also good success stories?
Did you, Mr. Costa Silva, did you think about it in your plan? about this specific links in Europe?
Yes, I think Victor is completely right. We need these sort of networks, not only across the country, but across Europe. And I think we have to work on the European citizenship, and I think this is crucial for the future. And in fact, we are facing the same problems. I think Victor gave some examples. We can also discuss, for instance, the issue of the smart cities. Mm-hmm. And Lisbon is a case that is very interesting because the OECD...
Because Lisbon is a smart city
no, he's trying to be, but it's not easy. But this is fantastic because this is a model that OECD developed and tested in Lisbon. And what happened if you use the concept of smart cities, which means to use sensors, to use drones, to collect data, and after to regulate all the flows in the cities, we can release the space and rely as well on this new concept that the minister focused in the young generations. They share this concept, the concept of shared economy. Mm-hmm. They don't want to have a car, but they can use the cards, the smart cards, in order to use the cars to access the service, but not to be proprietors of the car. And what happened with the smart city regulation of the flows, not only of traffic, people, but also residuals, energy, everything that is in the city, we can release around 70% of the fleet in the city. And this is linked also with the Minister Thomas was saying, the spatial planning. We can have a complete redesign of the cities. We can release the space. We can have much more friendly cities in terms of the citizen with clean technologies, low carbon economy, and this can be a driver for the future. This is not a problem only for Lisbon or Warsaw or Luxembourg. Is a global problem, and we need desperately that. And why? Because cities in the world, they occupy only 2% of the surface. But in cities today, more than 55% of the people lives there, and they are responsible for 75% of the consumption of energy and 80% of the emissions of CO2 and greenhouses. So if we don't change cities, we will fail the fight against the climatic deterioration in the planet. They are a crucial issue, linked also with the territory. And I think the pandemic has shown some people leaving the cities, going to the villages, and in fact we need more resilience in our system in order to adopt that. The other issue that is linked, and following your question, Luisa, is the huge dependence that we have in terms of Europe of foreign countries. And Europe developed this concept of autonomous, strategic autonomy in some areas, and this is critical, for instance, for medicine. And Portugal is a good example. In the past, we produced in the country medicines that were used for fighting cancer. And on the top of this crisis, we discovered that we had a huge dependence from India. So we lose the capacity of our industries to produce these medicines, and we rely on India. Relying on India is okay, and we cannot stop the globalization. With globalization, the flow of products and services. But we need, in a certain points, for critical areas and critical chains, a resilience in terms of European. And this is important for the future. And in Portugal, if you look to our companies in terms of competencies for what we call fine chemical synthesis, for the creation of active substance for medicines, for pharmaceutical products, for industrial fermentalization, we have these competencies, but we don't use them in order to have a certain industrial policy in Portugal and in Europe to produce the medicines which are relevant and critical for fighting some of the diseases. And I think we can do that.
For Portugal and for Europe.
And for Europe. Yeah. I think Portugal and other countries, we can have this production in Europe, in the continent will be much more resilient. So we have to combine local competence, industrialization with the globalization. Some people say we will have...
With Europe.
Within Europe and across Europe. And as Victor was saying, I think this paradigm of the networks, the paradigm of connectivity, connectivity will shape the life in this century.
Yeah.
And we need more and more connectivity, more and more networks, and think about these networks, not only in individual islands, as Victor mentioned, but the connections. And the connections can drive economic progress, then they can drive collaborative platforms, they can drive with the digitalization and the use of the cyberspace. It can change a lot in terms of the dynamics of the economy. And if we are able to do that across Portugal, across Europe, I think we will be in a good shape for the future.
There is something interesting about the concept of connectivity, because we used to associate it with physical connectivity, roads, railway networks, flight connectivity, and so on. And now I think the blessing of the pandemic brings us a completely different dimension of connectivity, where we not only talk about, well, physical connectivity, but also non-material connectivity.
Yeah.
Cultural heritage question, very important for the local communities to be rooted in and to demonstrate. The connectivity to diaspora, as was mentioned, right? A huge potential for the country like Portugal, many other countries in the world also to reap benefits from connectivity within Europe, connectivity with the outer world. And we need to identify it properly, diagnose and use it in our policy making. I do remember there was one very important EU document called White Paper on Transport. And there was one sentence that I still remember: curbing mobility is not an option. The pandemic showed us something else. It is absolutely needed, possible, and manageable.
Yep.
We can do it.
Thank you very much. So I think that we have to finish. So I thank you very much of all. I think it was a very interesting debate. And so thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Costa Silva.
Luisa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And see you.
Welcome, everyone. Leah, I think you can open the session now. We are live.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leah Broom from the Metropolis World Association of the Major Metropolises, and I warmly welcome you to this ESPON workshop after such inspirational debates we had at the high-level policy debate. This workshop is about the role of metropolitan areas in the cohesion policy. I thank you, everyone who is joining us today. It's going to be a 1-hour session where we have 14 experienced policymakers and experts from across Europe, from Portugal to Poland, exploring opportunities, challenges, and objectives of the cohesion policy in metropolitan areas and how a metropolitan dimension will contribute to the success of the policy in the future. So, some of you are watching us through web streaming from the ESPON website, and some other registered participants are joining us via Teams. For the ones who are on Teams, please feel free to send your questions if you have any inquiries during the session through the chat box, that we will do our best to respond to them over the chat box itself. As we have many speakers, and as I said, our session is only of 1 hour. I also remind speakers to be very short and brief in their interventions. So just to go straight to the point, I warmly welcome Viera Petruzzi from the ESPON European Grouping on Territorial Cooperation to set the scene for the metropolitan approaches to the cohesion policy, talking about 2 projects, ESPON Metro and ESPON Imagine. Over to you, Viera.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to this session, Cohesion Policy, Backbone of Europe, the Role of Metropolitan Areas. It's organized in cooperation with the Portuguese EU Presidency. I'd like to thank our moderator, Leah Broom, our speakers, and our stakeholders, and of course all of you to be here today with us. Our brilliant researchers and our important stakeholders will introduce and debate evidence and recommendations from 2 ESPON targeted analysis, Metro and Imagine. You will learn how ESPON Metro is trying to define the role of metropolitan areas in cohesion policy, and at the same time, ESPON Imagine, which is focusing on the Milano-Bologna urban region, will demonstrate that the development of territorial scenarios carried out through the active engagement and institutional and functional stakeholders can generate a new visioning capacity and feed new alliances between places and societies. Yesterday, the Vice President of the European Commission, Suica, focused on the need to ensure the high quality and quick rollout of the national plans so that investments financed under the Next Generation EU start supporting the recovery. Today, at the early debate at the ESPON Week, Commissioner Ferreira stated the importance of the territory for the success of the policies. It is evident more than ever the crucial importance to anchor the implementation of recovery plans and cohesion policy, those extraordinary tools to change the face of Europe, to the metropolitan dimension. So let's explore how a metropolitan dimension will contribute to the success of the cohesion policy. Thank you and enjoy the session. Felipe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pierre. And first of all, welcome to Lisbon. I hope when this pandemic emergency is over, we can welcome everyone at our metropolitan area and share our experiences face to face. At the Lisbon metropolitan area, we have had the opportunity to be stakeholders of ESPON Metro target analysis, and it has been a very rich experience. And we have reflected on the role of metropolitan areas in the context of European cohesion policy, but also of institutional empowerment of metropolitan scale throughout Europe. In this policy context of decentralization approach of programming, management, and implementation of functions metropolitan authorities, we think that it's very important to pinpoint why the metropolitan scale is particularly well positioned to solve some complex policy issues. Within Matrix network, we have, and regarding these issues, we have already stressed that it's very important to institutionalize metropolitan cooperation. And we must have an important role in the development of a place-based sensitive approach in mobilization of territorial stakeholders. Within this framework, it is for us very important to demand that the new cohesion policy for 21-27 programming cycle can address the empowerment of metropolitan authorities to assure that the locally led development strategies could benefit everybody, because in the end of the day, we think that is the main message of the European project. No one can be left behind. To summarize, at this workshop, we will hear policymakers, experts, who will debate how metropolitan dimension will contribute to the success of cohesion policy in the future. No debate is more relevant to us at the metropolitan level. We wish everybody all the best, and we wish everybody a great debate. And thank you for the opportunity given to Lisbon metropolitan area to be here with you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much to you, Philippe. It's very good to start the session with someone representing a metropolitan institution from Europe. To spark some thoughts here, I would like to welcome an opening speech by Paolo Perulli from the University of Piemonte Orientale, which will talk about trust-oriented versus market-oriented EU policies. Paolo, the microphone over to you. Is Paolo connected?
I think Paolo has some technical issues, so
Yes.
we will wait for him and we move on to...
Yes. Yes, shall we wait? I would say we wait for a minute, see if he can connect, and if not, we will just move to the next block of our conversations, unfortunately, as we have such time constraints. Let's see. Said he's trying to connect. Thank you for waiting, everyone. I'm counting here the seconds, and I think that not to hold us back, in case Paulo can connect afterwards, we can pass the word to him. We can link everything together in the end. So connecting metropolitan experience to metropolitan experience from the local perspectives, I would like to welcome now this block of our workshop, which is dedicated to metropolitan areas, specific metropolitan areas, and the EU cohesion policy. So starting with a speech by Claudia Facero from the metropolitan city of Turin to present the stakeholder needs on ESPON Metro. Claudia, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Ria. So, thanks to ESPON program and the Portuguese presidency of the EU Council for inviting Metropolitan City of Turin as lead stakeholder to present the ESPON Metro research to this high-level event. So a few words only to introduce the research needs shared among the 9 stakeholders and picked up by the ESPON program. Sharing with the other metropolitan authorities and analyzing the main scientific contribution on the topic, it was clear that all over the Europe there was a mismatch between the concentration of GDP and population in the metropolitan areas in one hand and the volume of cohesion policy resources directly managed on the other. Now more than ever, it is evident that the metropolitan areas represent the strategical territorial level for the next future development model.
Metropolis represent the main economic engine of the EU, capable of driving the balanced development of large territories, ensuring that no one is left behind, as already mentioned by Felipe. But the absence of metropolitan areas and cities in the direct management or implementation of European structural and investment funds on the territory has negative consequences on the effectiveness of the policies. Another point needing to be investigated is related to the finding that in the face of the metropolitanization process present throughout Europe, heterogeneous models have emerged, both from an institutional point of view and from a specific competence point of view. The group of stakeholders also focused the need to identify what are the elements that characterize the most effective metropolitan model with respect to the objective of the cohesion policy and related implementation tools. This consideration brought to define the three main policy questions identified in the ESPON Metro project and presented afterwards by Professor Cotella, around which we expect to obtain scientific evidences in order to improve the metropolitan capacity to interpret territorial need and implement integrated development program in synergy with the cohesion policy objectives. European metropolis are at the core of the inclusive and resilient development trend of the next years. We are ready to positively contribute to this process, also thanks to the ESPON Metro research results. Our common expectation is that the outcomes of the ESPON Metro project research will represent a real added value for the policymaker at European and member state level, contributing to a new generation of programs truly capable of intercepting and responding to the specific needs of each local community. The metropolitan authorities are ready to take up the challenge, and so thank you for your attention.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Now the perspective from Giancarlo. Giancarlo, can you expand a little more on the...
Yes, I hope you hear me. Do you?
Yes, very well.
And if you hear me, I will also make the presentation larger so that we can go. So basically, thanks Leah, thanks Piera, thanks Claudia, and I'm glad to be here to speak at this privileged event of the Portuguese presidency. I'm Giancarlo Cotella from Politecnico di Torino. What I will present today are some insights from the ESPON Metro project, and basically those concerning how can EU cohesion policy foster better territorial governance and cooperation at the metro level. ESPON Metro is a project that lasts for 1 year and focus more in general on the role and future perspective of cohesion policy in the planning of metropolitan area. It analyzed on the basis of 9 in-depth case studies 3 policy questions. On the one hand, how metropolitan areas are involved in the governance of the cohesion policy. On the other hand, what is the added value of cohesion policy in planning and implementation of metropolitan area. And then there is the third question, that is the one that is more relevant for us today, is what role does the EU cohesion policy play in consolidating metropolitan governance and cooperation? And I will try to answer to that. So our first insight, because the project is not finished, we are at half of it, almost we will deliver in November, is that metropolitan areas in Europe means multiple things and are characterized by multiple levels of heterogeneity. First of all, the phenomena are different. If you take the European FUA classification from EU OECD methodology, then you can see that metropolitan areas are different. But they are also different in relation to how they are institutionalized. In some cases, they belong to the administration hierarchy of country. In some other cases, they are not institutionalized at all. And then there is not always a fit between the phenomena and the institution, as you can see on the map on the right. Sometimes the functional urban area is larger than the institution deputed to govern. In some cases, it is the opposite. And then there are multiple other levels of heterogeneities in relation to governance models, special development instrument, budget, engagement with public and private actors, and so on and so forth. But what about our first question? How can the EU cohesion policy contribute to foster better governance and cooperation dynamics at the metropolitan level? Well, First of all, what we notice is that the EU cohesion policy has already contributed to trigger various institutional experimentation and provided quite a large momentum to metropolization in various countries where metropolitan level did not exist. And it is a moment to capitalize upon this momentum. To do that, we think that at the EU and then at the national level, a sort of decoupling of the metropolitan dimension from the urban dimension in the discourse is needed and would favor a recognition of the role the metropolitan areas can play in addressing functional dynamics of supralocal nature. With this, we do not mean that the urban dimension of the debate is not relevant anymore. It is actually very relevant, and there is all this discourse going on sustainable urban development. But to decouple from it the metropolitan dimension, it is crucial in our view. Then we also argue that the logics behind the structural investment funds and their mechanism should be further simplified to allow metropolitan institutions to integrate them more within their own territorial strategies and priorities, so that they could use them to enhance intermunicipal coordination. To this end, integrated territorial investment has been used in 5/9 of the metro case studies, and it is demonstrated by our study that they have been showing very interesting potential. So we suggest that the adoption by countries and regions, and now they are free to choose if to adopt them or not, should be further incentivized and or regulated or pushed through somehow. But also metropolitan authorities should do their job in that, and they should use EU cohesion policy as a leverage to further stimulate intermunicipal cooperation. And in this way, they could somehow contribute for economic conditionality to overcome particularistic interests of basic territorial unit towards more metropolitan broad vision and priorities. To do so, it is crucial that metropolitan institutions define, first of all, an overarching development agenda and align it to the EU programming period and to the EU programming instruments and priorities, so that it is possible to then open channels to channel funds from the EU cohesion policy programming to the metropolitan priorities. At the same time, metropolitan actors, we suggest they should also act beyond the institutional boundary, especially because this fit between the phenomenon and the institution is not granted, and it does not happen in many places. Metropolitan authorities should somehow try to bypass this constraint. For instance, try to act at the full level if it is larger than them, to interact with what lies outside the boundary. If it is smaller, to act for variable geographies according to the type of territory that they have. Overall, our main message is that to further involve metropolitan area in the EU cohesion policy programming, but in some cases, according to set priorities, also the management of it will introduce new priorities and ideas to complement those that were put forward by countries and regions. And in a time of systemic transformation accelerated by the pandemic, this is certainly of utmost importance. I would say that's it from my side. I think I kept the time, and I thank you very much. I just tell you that you have the link to the ESPON Metro project in the chat. Piera Petruzzi put it there. You can go there and stay tuned on the results of our project. By the end of the year, you will have the final reports there, and you will have also 3 interesting policy briefs pivoted around the 3 policy questions of the project. And with that, I thank you very much for the attention. You can feel free to email me if you have any question further.
Thank you, Giancarlo, for inspiring us and giving this overview. For sure, it's such a diversity of metropolitan institutions that it's the only way for us to understand how to make progress is to understand their complementarities, right? At this point, I think linking with what you just said, I think it's very interesting now that we bring to the discussion 2 representatives of 2 metropolitan areas that are being analyzed in ESPON Metro. So I warmly welcome Alfredo Corbalan from Brussels Capital Region, and who is also speaking on behalf of the Eurocities Working Group on Metropolitan Areas, as well as Alessandra Barbieri from the Municipality of Florence, to provide some short reactions about the overarching goals and objectives of the ESPON Metro. Alfredo or Alessandra, whoever is ready. Alfredo? Are you there?
Okay. Hello. Thank you very much, Leah. Yes, thank you very much for the invitation to the ESPON and also to the Portuguese presidency. And also, I will first speak for the Brussels capital region as case studied in the metro. We do think it's a very important study that the team is doing, and. I would like to share you, speaking about diversity, I would like to share you maybe one specificity of the Brussels capital region compared to other metropolitan areas, is that due to the federal system of Belgium, in Belgium, the region are really autonomous in the negotiation and the implementation of the cohesion policy, whether ERDF or ESF. And that's a case that could inspire other countries to give the opportunity to other metropolitan areas to be able to negotiate and to also and also to manage directly the funding. So that's something that the Brussels capital region is managing authority for operational program on ERDF and ESF for several programming periods, and that can be an added value that could inspire other country towards other metropolitan area. That's one positive aspect. On the other aspect, because of the mismatch that Mr. Cotella showed, of course we manage cohesion policy on our territory, which is an urban region of 160 kilometers square with 19 municipalities, but our functional urban area is larger. And then, of course, it's spread on the other two regions, Belgian regions, and there we need to have a better cooperation in the implementation of a different cohesion policy program, but also our spatial planning, because also spatial planning it's a competence of the different regions, and the federal state in Belgium on this issue has little to say. So that's what I wanted to share to the debates. That it's interesting case for providing other metropolitan areas with more power and tools related to cohesion policies.
And Alessandra, I would now ask you also to bring your experience or concrete experience of governing metropolitan areas from the municipality of Florence.
Thank you, Leah. And I would like to answer or try to answer on how a metropolitan dimension will contribute to the success that have been said in advance. That means the success of the policy in the future, especially now that we are in a crucial moment to build back better, following the experience that we have in Italy. According to our experience, metropolitan city actually should not only be considered significant functional areas that are representing in Italy an urban system of more than 1,200 municipalities of different size for a population of more than 22 million of people. Metropolitan cities also represent, thanks also to their capital cities, a best practice at European level as fundamental players in the national multi-fund operational programming on metropolitan cities that is in the current periodic program 2014 to 2020 for Metro, conceived in the framework of the European Urban Agenda for Cohesion Policy. The 14 Italian metropolitan cities and their territories, thanks to their capital cities, among them Florence and Turin, acting as a urban authority intermediate body and are showing the city's capability to work together, but also the aptitude and ability to manage funds for target and performance, according to the urban strategic development that has been based on the two main drivers of the program that are smart city and social innovation. I think that we have to capitalize this experience and scale it up. This showed that we are able and ready to take the role and works for a greener, digital, resilient and social Europe, even thanks to the direct role that we can have in the management and monitoring of the funds of the Next Generation EU program. Cities have been the most hidden by the crisis, and we have to start from them if we want to be effective and build back better, and we are ready for that.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. I am very happy to announce that I just got to know that Professor Paolo Perulli finally could connect. So I really welcome now his inspiring speech. Please, Professor Paulo, the mic over to you.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. My speech is a sort of framework. It wants to underline a change of phase that we are facing. And in this sense, I can say that we are already in a new world, but we still are captured by an old world, and Europe has to choose. We are in front really of a phase of change, and let me start from the past. The past is Europe in the last 30 years, based on mostly competition and market policies. It has been in Europe neoliberal, or better, ordoliberal, because the state, the national state, and the national states of Europe have been called for pro-market, pro-competition policies. A subtle, more evolved way of neoliberalism based on the states. So what our state made during the last 30 years in the European framework, they made what we can call negative liberty policies. What does it mean? Negative liberty, not to protect labor markets, local or national, not to reduce the freedom of capital, mostly financial capital, to circulate in the continent, in the world, and so on. So it was a season of low trust or no trust policies of Europe. Economic agents, according to this framework, to this past framework, act by themselves in isolation and in open competition without cohesion and without being able to rely on each other. The result has been a widening of social and territorial injustice in Europe. Many territories have been left behind, and social inequality has increased. Today, the average earnings in Eastern Europe are 35% below the average. In Southern Europe are 10% below. And the wealth and income inequality has increased. We have to say that. We have we cannot avoid this crucial point. However, like Penelope, Europe continued to recreate and to make a texture of what was destroyed by liberalization and deregulation of the markets. These textures of another social and territorial continent based on cohesion policies. these are high trust policies based on integration of economic and social actors in global societies. Global means neither local nor global, but a new space of interaction where each local has a say in global matters like the environment, social injustice, democracy. And there is a normative basis for that. Article 3 of the European Union Treaty on economic, social, and territorial cohesion. So we have two Europes. A pro-market, neoliberal, low-trust Europe, and a new Europe, high-trust, social, cohesive, and based on the values of Europe. And the first value is trust. Trust is a reduction of social complexity and risk, and also refers to power as a communicative medium. Trust is a response to the lack of communication or the manipulation of communication by political and technical power. Social trust, the fact that I can trust my neighbor citizens, I can trust you, is a coping mechanism when general uncertainty increases, like today, a maximum of uncertainty today. And trust has a positive impact on local development, on societal goals, even on demography. You know, the demographer has shown that the fertility rates increases in high trust societies. And we can make a lot by trust. And cohesion policies favor all these kinds of trust. They help us to go on. They account only for 1/3 of the European budget, but their role is much bigger. It is paramount, and particularly in the future, it will be more and more important. In the 2050, the world will be made of continental states, and Europe among them, based on social trust, is another way with respect to America and China, both competitors to me, to us, because both based on low trust societies and oriented to and dominated by platforms and monopoly capitalism. Europe has a say today in the world, and European cities are our endeavor, our richness. European city in its history has been the seat of the temple, the market, the hall of justice, the academy of learning. All these institutions, cultural and moral, economic, juridical, and educational, are needed to create an integrated society. Europe, it's true, has no startups like Amazon or Google, like The Economist said this week. It's true. So let's create such a seedbed for a new generation of digital companies, based on trust. Can we make that, giving to the European creative class the role of co-owners of the platforms, and to the European citizens the forms of control over the platforms? Europe can be the future of a better world based on social cohesion values and the protection of the environment, today challenged by wrong human behaviors in the world, particularly in China, particularly in Asia, particularly in America. So let's go on with place-based, local and green cohesion policies in Europe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Perulli. Indeed, I think your words, especially for many of the speakers who are here representing local city authorities, metropolitan authorities, this brings great inspiration as which are the institutions that have the potential of bringing back this trust and building back ties of cooperation in a more cohesive, after all, way. Our program has been a little bit shifted, but we're still getting back on track on our structure. I would like to invite again for just a minute or so, a few seconds, Alfredo Corbalan, to say some words from his perspective now as a representative of the working group of Eurocities on metropolitan areas. Alfredo.
Yes, thank you, Leah. Thank you again. Yes, unfortunately, a representative from the Eurocity as such was not available, but as the chair of the working group on metropolitan areas, would like also to share some statements on behalf of Eurocities. Two statements mainly that, and also to pick up the word that has been mentioned by previous speakers, that trust, social cohesion, territorial cohesion, a place-based approach. All these words are very dear to Eurocity network. And the first message is that, of course, cohesion policy is very important to provide and to strengthen metropolitan cooperation. And through funding, through projects, through building trust, through building new ways of working together. And in this context, Eurocity call for tools such as ITIs and CLFD to continue in the next programming period, to be experiments and further developed. We also call for the territorial agenda, the urban agenda, but also the future rural vision, to have a strong recognition of the metropolitan area approach and the functional area approach. And as a second message, next to cohesion policy, which is very, very important, we think that metropolitan areas will be key to localize the European Green Deal and to build more circular economy, to manage better ecosystems, to fight urban sprawl and all the challenges that Europe is facing. And in that sense, we really advocate for better urban-rural cooperation. We have to avoid this dichotomy between urban and rural, because territories and citizens doesn't know administrative border. And we are happy to see that the Commission is also understanding that metropolitan and functional approach are critical to achieve this just and green Europe we all want. And from Eurocity, we will be very continue to share this point at European national level as well, and we will be glad to disseminate the result of the Metro project as well in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alfredo. Indeed, territories and citizens do not know about administrative borders. For this reason, I'm very pleased now to give the floor to the representatives who will talk us about the experience of the Milano-Bologna metropolitan area, about ESPON Imagine. Silvia Bernardi from the metropolitan city of Bologna and Valeria Fedeli from Politecnico di Milano, to talk us about a little more how this perception of the metropolitan area happens, through your experience. Silvia?
Thank you very much, Lia. Good morning. I am Silvia Bernardi from the Metropolitan City of Bologna, one of the stakeholders of the ESPON Imagine project. The ESPON Imagine project has combined with a very crucial phase for the Metropolitan City of Bologna, and I can also speak for the Metropolitan City of Milan, who was the lead partner, the lead stakeholder in the project. In the last 2 years, indeed, both the two metropolitan cities have been involved in the construction of their metropolitan territorial plans. Both plans have been approved in the last May. So at the end of the ESPON Imagine project, and both plans address the effects of the climate crisis on the metropolitan areas and put forward strategies and action that are designed to increase the resilience and safety of the metropolitan areas. What we notice that in order to address certain challenges, though, a larger scale is needed, a larger scale than the metropolitan one. As the analysis of the ESPON Imagine project has demonstrated, certain phenomena, such as climate change, environmental safety, and infrastructure investments also, regard an even wider area than the metropolitan one, a regional area. Further, this last year and a half of the Imagine project also saw another important event, I guess you all noticed, the pandemic crisis. Such crisis, as we all know now, generated a wide range of issues, very different issues, some of them connected to the territorial aspects that we deal with within our jobs. For example, accessibility, logistic demand growth, and smart working growth. For example, these are just examples. Some of the criticalities that emerged were already there, and they got worsened by the pandemic crisis. Some new issues also, or a threat emerged, but also new opportunities. What became clear is that the scale of such problems or of such issues is wider than the city scale. A metropolitan vision, so a metropolitan agenda, is now, today, even more urgent than it was 2 years ago. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Valeria Fedeli from the Polytechnic University of Milan, who led the ESPON Imagine research on the Milan-Bologna area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Silvia, for giving me the floor, and I will share a brief presentation trying to highlight some takeaways from the project we have worked upon during this year. It's a great opportunity to share some ideas that we have developed during 1 year, where we have explored a special urban region, the Milan-Bologna urban region. It's an area that goes well beyond the boundaries of regions, institutional regions, metropolitan cities and provinces. It's also an area which is one of the wealthiest and more densely populated in Italy and Europe. It's a very networked and interconnected urban area, but at the same time it's also a peculiar bioregion made by a strong relationship between the urban and the rural, the nature and the urban, made of strategic urban functions as well as very important ecosystemic services. And what we have learned studying this region is, quoting Samuel Beckett, is the importance of seeing acting like a urban region, as Silvia was just saying. Basically, we have created a sort of spatial knowledge, as it was also mentioned by the director of ESPON this morning, which is crucial to identifying trends, but also the basis for spatial and territorial narratives that go beyond boundaries and understand the processes of regional urbanization and their impact. So we developed a regional portrait, trying to look for the material and material forces that generate a new scale of the urban. But then we have also tried to learn how to build a new regional imaginaries that can also work as governance framework, generating new territorial alliances and regional strategies. And the major legacy of this project is probably the regional forum that we have been developing as a key resource to stakeholders, functional and territorial actors, to develop awareness of the transcalar nature of socioeconomic spatial process and to generate new governance frameworks. Finally, we have explored the potential of ITI. It was already mentioned by Professor Cotella in the first round of presentation, the relevance of this opportunity to produce visionary exercises and developing a regional agenda on strategic policy issue. And we call it a process of regional design. And indeed, these are just pictures of how we work on the regional portrait, ITI, Interreg, AGTC can support the construction of new regional imaginaries. But as it was said, it's not just about cities and metropolitan cities, but also we have to extend this reflection to urban regions which go well beyond the metropolitan logic. And that can build functional interdependencies, able to work on regional commons. Of course, the EU Green Deal is a good framework to work on that, but also not just EU, but also member states should take more and more into consideration the role scale of these urban regions, because as Paolo Perillo said, they will build the future of Europe. And finally, my last word are about the fact that urban regions and macro regions should take the lead and start processes able to deal with the local and transcalar nature of the dynamics and processes we are looking at. And these can build not just local flagship projects, but is able to promote a regional turn in policy making that we consider very, very important. So we will happy to share with you more insights, but this is basically what I think could contribute to today's session.
Thank you very much, Valeria. Since you mentioned local flagship projects, I would like to invite now for a round of reactions, short reactions, Sylvia again, and also Andrzej Jakowski from the city of Warsaw and Henk Baumann from the Network of European Metropolitan Regions and Areas. How do you relate this perception of urban regions and metropolitan areas with your own concrete experiences? Sylvia, if you could provide some insights from Bologna.
Yes, thank you, and thanks to Valeria and her colleagues for the work that they have done. I would like to say that one of the key aspects that emerged from the regional portrait is the central role of mobility. The analysis on the Milan-Bologna high-speed corridor demonstrated that such infrastructure led to the growth of cities and the growth of opportunities, but such opportunities should have been better distributed in the internal territories within short and medium distances, and in order to generate more positive effects. And from this analysis, we should learn something. And another need that emerged from both the metropolitan city of Milan and Bologna, but also from the provinces along the Via Emilia corridor, the Via Emilia backbone, is the need to regulate and guide the growth of logistic poles and industrial areas, and the need for policies in this sense. And the analyses have shown that the two cities, the two poles, the two cities, Milan and Bologna, have two very different logistic networks, two very different logistic systems, but both the territories in the last years saw an exponential growth of demand, and we must deal with it. The ESPON Imagine project was, in this sense, very precious and helpful in building a collaboration and setting the agendas on the old and the new challenges that the metropolitan areas must deal with in the next years. And the project also set the basis for a regional approach to some of this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silvia. I would like to ask now to Andrzej, how do you see these challenges being faced in the city of Warsaw and the wider metropolitan area? Andrzej, are you with us?
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. I would like to say some words about project contribution to EU cohesion policy on some practical examples. On the one hand, as a city of Warsaw, Warsaw metropolitan area, we could have an opportunity to share our experience of implementation of ITI in Warsaw metropolitan area for 6 years, and we share this experience with Italian partners in different aspects: financial, management, cooperation with 39 local communes, our partners. And it was helpful for modeling ITI implementation in Bologna-Milano region. On the other hand, we would like to use the Imagine project results in programming activities in Warsaw metropolitan area within a new EU perspective. And it is very important for us right now because we have just started works on that. And there is during the project there was made special research on corridor between Bologna and Milano, where there is a high railway network, and it has strong impact into the functioning of these regions. And we have similar situation in Warsaw, in our region, because there is a quite big city placed 100 kilometers from Warsaw. It is Łódź. And it's going to be built high-speed railway connection also between our cities. And this research results within the project, like specific data, positive trends, threats, challenges, regional development, and special planning will be very valuable for us in designing cooperation between our cities. So I think that the project really contributed to EU cohesion policy and gave us opportunity to develop further activities based on common experience and good practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, very good to know that you can transfer some ideas from Imagine to your local context. After all, this is why we're also gathering here and exchanging such experiences, right? Especially to provide this perspective on networking and connecting with other realities across Europe, I would like to welcome Henk Bouwman, the Secretary General of Metrics. Henk.
Thank you very much, Leah. Thank you, ESPON and the Portuguese presidency for this opportunity to be here, to enjoy the ESPON week. I see fantastic messages about this session, so we can be a bit proud. I think in our view, let's say Metrics represents about 50 metropolitan regions in Europe, metropolitan regions and areas, I must say, not always formally organized, but nevertheless. And I think the Imagine project, I think, showed that there is a common image possible for macro regions, and that it can help to better develop and apply EU policies for that. So ITI or maybe even other new forms can be thought of, and I think this gave really new insights for that. I think the Imagine project also has explored, in my view, a sort of new layer to our planning habits that usually are focused on numbers, on tangible aspects. It has explored how people, businesses, communities perceive the area where they live and work, relax and travel on a daily basis. And I think the use of artificial intelligence in linking the very different data, really different data, and visualizing its output have shown also beneficial in explaining the effects of networks in the wider urban and rural areas of our metropolitan regions. And that is, let's say, those techniques are all there, but I think in this case it was really applied for a specific case, and I think that was really of a sort of, really high-level work. In linking those high-speed regional and local rail connections, as was shown in the studies, to the way people use and experience the area, that study adds, I think, an interesting new tool to the process of planning. So it adds to better planning of rail connections and their huge infrastructural costs, but it also adds to improving smart pricing mechanisms. It adds to thinking about additional services, but it also, I think, can add to a more balanced planning of housing and employment areas in and between metropolitan regions. So you can say place-based, but I think it is also very much with the people in the center, at the center. And I think the research, for me, absolutely asked for a follow-up on various aspects, so I hope this will be picked up in the near future. I think Metrics, we are sure that we'll connect this, let's say, this project also to other ESPON projects where our members are involved in, like the ESPON Stijse, which is in the Euro Delta in the lower Rhine area of the Netherlands, Germany, Belgium, and France. And in that sense, of course, we will disseminate this further. We have already been discussing that. So we are absolutely thrilled about this specific research. And again, putting this sort of more intangible aspects in the center as a result. And I think that is really something for me new compared to a lot of other studies. I don't say they're bad, but let's say this is really something that might also bring us closer, let's say, to the people who really use the area, who live there, who work there, who have a business there. So I think that's a really important aspect that helps us to explain what we are doing and why we are doing things. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Henk. Now we are a little behind schedule, but we are already moving towards our concluding remarks. So I would like to welcome Xavier Tiana Casablanca from the Barcelona metropolitan area to give our first concluding remarks. Xavi, over to you.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, bon dia. Well, it's a very hard task to make the conclusions after such a group of experts and very nice speeches. So what this session makes emerge is that ESPON projects and the work that other institutions, research centers, networks like Metrics, Eurocities, Metropolis are doing shows the importance of this metropolitan movement, or like Giancarlo said, this metropolitan momentum. It has been said that many of the problems that our cities and challenges that our cities and our urban areas are facing require a metropolitan answer to be delivered. In the case of Barcelona, which is the unique constituted metropolitan area in whole Spain, with more than 40 years of supralocal cooperation and very specific powers, there is emerging a movement that I think it's also expanded in other European cities and the world of different economic, social and social stakeholders which are demanding for more metro strategies and policies. These local actors that Professor Perulli was saying, they demand for more metropolitan strategies. But here the big question is with what governance on that? As it has been said, there are different metropolitan structures, whether they are institutionalized or not, whether they come from a local or regional law, or a national law, whether if they come from a volunteer cooperation, more or less established, but what governance on that? Here, there are also different questions to be arised. What fiscality? How do we finance these metropolitan structures? With what powers? Where do we put the administrative boundaries? It has been said the administrative boundaries many times go beyond these metropolitan structures. So this requires, and I like very much what Professor Perulli said, this requires trust. So, and this trust, we need to put together political parties, local and regional institutions, global stakeholders. So with this trust, we need to start this debate. At the same time, and I think it was said in the chat or in some of the interventions, these metro areas, they need a clear voice at the national level. It's very important that these metro areas, these metro regions have a voice at the national level, at the European level, where right now we don't have a clear voice, and also in the international arena. Leah knows very well the work that Metropolis is doing with the United Nations, so very clear. And let me finish by sharing with you a meeting that we had this Monday where some of the participants were here, a meeting of the European Metropolitan Authorities Network, where we put together around 20 politicians of different European metropolitan areas talking about the national recovery funds. The National Recovery Fund, it can be a missed opportunity if we don't put there a clear action of metropolitan areas. The same with cohesion policy. If in the new round of cohesion policy we don't put metropolitan areas to act, it's going to be a missed opportunity, whether to implement the European Green Deal or other strategies, or also to give a clear answer to our companies, SMEs, and citizens. So we have this momentum. We have a clear demand from different stakeholders, but the ones that could give an answer to that are not in a position to open this debate. So we need to use projects like the ESPON Metro, the Imagine project, which is absolutely interesting for a region like this one, and that could be capitalized, to open minds and to make things change. And that was from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavi. Thank you very much. I think your speech shows very much the importance of such initiatives like ESPON Metro and all the others. We are trying to understand this metropolitan world we live in, with the diversity, the institutional diversity, and all the challenges that need to be tackled. Last but not least, I invite Honorable Piero Bassetti from Globus and Locus for some final closing words for our session. Mr. Bassetti, the floor is yours. Mr. Bassetti is there. No.
Yes, he is. Maybe
connected.
The microphone is off.
Yes. Could you please connect your microphone and camera?
Maybe while we wait for President Bassetti.
Is it now? Okay.
We can't see.
I would say that it's the big responsibility to conclude such an extremely interesting discussion. And in fact, as already been said, I think that we have to conclude in political terms, because I think Paolo raised many questions, political questions, questions of value, but also questions on institutional possibility of giving answer to those questions. And in fact, the last intervention by Tiana Casablanca mentioned what, in my opinion, is the main point: the capacity of the institutional setup to fulfill the requested necessity, politically requested of the situation. Basically, in a special situation like the one of the recovery fund, where we have got money, but we have to give solutions made and obtained with money, because money is not sufficient to solve the problem. Well, we have developed an interesting work during the IMAGE project, which has demonstrated that in an area of great relevance for Europe, such as the region between Milano and Bologna and the Po Valley, there are ongoing processes and new dynamics between territories and functions that need to be governed to achieve political results quite necessary. Nevertheless, we should admit that the actual institutional setup, and this is the basic point, is not in condition to govern the type of dynamics that we have seen in action. For example, for functions like the mobility, logistics, environmental issues, in front of which we currently have very limited means of government and regulation on a metropolitan and regional scale. Today, more than ever, we see that these emerging needs challenge institutions to redefine their own forms of governance, as well as the nature of their governance. Both territorial and functional institutions are in fact increasingly called to play a key role in building new processes of governance and policy planning. As it has been enlightened during the project, the organic connection between local and global levels require a new government capacity of the territory to reorganize itself. It is obvious that this requires a new political compromise with its functions. It's because it's absolutely sure that there are political items like the one mentioned by Paul, but we have also to admit that the whole structure of our institution has to be rethought somehow if we want to build a new Europe with a different institutional setup for what exists now. As a matter of fact, the ESPON Imagine project involved local government and stakeholders of the main economic and territorial functions in a discussion on the development of a regional imaginary, as underlined, imaginary, and an integrated territorial strategy between Milan and Bologna in the framework of the existing practices and regulation. But in a future perspective, our work should contribute to foster the development of strategic networks and programs at the European level, able to govern the transformation of urban and regional scenarios, both within the Milano-Bologna corridor, as well as by acting as an example for other corridors and the European urban regions, because there are not many metropolitan regions like the Po Valley in the rest of Europe, at least for bigness. For this reason, we should stress the fact that these problems require new government technique and advocate changes in the institutional setup, because the actual institutions have not the power which is necessary to govern them. I am convinced that with this project, the stakeholders involved and ESPON have posed an extremely important problem to Europe as such. Which Europe do we want to build on a local basis and territorial basis? I think it must be the Europe of cities and urban regions, but with an effective power on what is going on at cities and urban level. Therefore, a manifesto from urban and metropolitan regions and their main actors asking for new local and transcalar forms of governance at the EU level should be extremely important. And that is what I strongly advocate. Thanking everybody who has worked in Expose Imagine program for what we have been thought and in a sense implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the brilliant words. I think we couldn't conclude any better. I'm just going to recall some ideas from the director of ESPON in the session earlier this morning when he said that when we work with multi-level governance, the bottom up and the top down get together. I think that from all that has been exposed here, the metropolitan scale is a very good and interesting starting point to work on multi-level governance. So it brings a lot of inspiration thinking about these experiences and studying them and analyzing them better. For such, I thank you again for the participation of the speakers, the panelists, and also the attendees, and encourage you to keep following the results of ESPON. As Giancarlo Cotella mentioned earlier, the final report of ESPON Metro should be released between end of October, November this year. So stay tuned in the upcoming activities. Thank you so much for joining and have a great day.
in this workshop on greenhouse gas impact of spatial planning, a workshop organized by the ESPON 2020 Cooperation Program. I all welcome you on behalf of this program in this workshop. My name is Marjan van Herwijnen and I'm Senior Project Expert at the ESPON EGTC in Luxembourg. Within the EGTC, I'm the person responsible for the QGAS project. That is the project that is at the focus of attention during this workshop. But first I will shortly say some words about the ESPON program, because I'm not sure if all of you are aware of the program. It's a EU-funded program covering all 27 member states, 4 partner states and the UK. And the main aim of the ESPON program is to promote a territorial dimension in development and cooperation in Europe. This is what we try to do by supporting regions and cities with evidence that they can use to better identify their challenges, potentials and potentials. ESPON projects produce an enormous amount of information, evidence and methods. And this is being done by applied research projects, which cover and address in principle all the regions in the participating countries. But we also have targeted analysis, which are initiated by stakeholders via an expression of interest. These targeted analyses address the needs of the stakeholders, of a group of stakeholders, and the QGAS project is such a targeted analysis. The QGAS project has stakeholders from Ireland, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Finland, and they are very interested in tackling the current EU climate and energy framework targets of a 40% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. They are interested in a methodology that could quantify and forecast the influence of spatial planning policies on greenhouse gas emissions, and this in a more consistent way. First, we will have Pauline Riordan from the Eastern and Midlands Regional Assembly in Ireland, who will explain how in their regions they measure greenhouse gas emissions, how they estimate and consider the impacts of spatial plans on greenhouse gas emissions, and finally, why they initiated a project to help them with this process. After that, we will turn to the lead partner of the QGAS project, Kimmo Lulukangas from the Tallinn University of Technology in Estonia, and Kimmo will explain how the web application that they are developing can support regions in estimating impacts of spatial plans on greenhouse gas emissions. At the end of the workshop, you will be able to ask questions and discuss and share your experience and ideas. During the presentations, you can already put your comments and questions in the chat so that we can address them after the presentations. And now I will give the floor to Pauline to explain a bit more about their experience and ideas for this project. Pauline, go ahead.
Thank you, Marianne. Can you see my slides there?
Yes, but they are not big yet. Yes, there is. Perfect.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Marianne, and hello to everyone who's joined the session. My name is Pauline Riordan, so I'm a regional planner. I work in Ireland in the Eastern and Midland Regional Assembly, or EMRA for short, and we're the lead stakeholder on the QGAS project. So just to give you an outline of what I'm going to talk about today, I'm going to give you an overview of spatial planning and climate policy in Ireland and how we currently measure emissions. And again, to give you an outline of why we launched this particular QGAS project, how we hope to use it as a lever for change and to help us meet our national climate neutrality objective in Ireland. I'm going to start with just an introduction to our region. It's one of 3 regions in Ireland. It's the smallest in area, but it is the largest in population. So you can see here from the graphic, it covers the capital city of Dublin region, including the Eastern and the Midland counties. So that's 12 municipalities in all, or we call municipalities local authorities, and nearly 2.5 million people. So our regional functions, they cover three main areas. We have a role in managing EU programmes and promoting coordination between EU, national and local levels of government. But the function that I want to talk about and focus on today is our role in enabling spatial planning in our region. So we have two key functions that I'm going to talk about. One is making strategic policy. In particular, our regional, spatial and economic strategies, which were adopted in 2019. And related to that is our statutory role in providing oversight of the cascade of policy down to local level. So that's our role in engaging in the statutory consultation processes of local authority development plans in each of those 12 municipalities in our region. Okay. Just to give you a little bit of background to climate and planning policy in Ireland. We all know that climate change is the global challenge, but it does require a coherent response at each of the levels right down to local level. So this slide here, it shows how that policy cascades and how Ireland's UN and EU commitments are translated into our National Climate Action Plan and our National Planning Framework, which is the key spatial planning document for Ireland. And these documents confirm Ireland's commitment to achieving our EU targets, so of a carbon reduction of 40% on our emissions to 2030 and onwards to climate neutrality by 2050. So in turn, climate action is also integrated into spatial planning at the regional and local levels. And I'm going to focus in my next slide a little bit more on these levels, which is relevant to our workshop today. So what you can see here is our regional plan, the Regional Spatial and Economic Strategy that was prepared recently by our organisation. Now, this includes a specific regional policy objective that requires for the first time that the local level, city and county development plans, that they shall undergo assessment of their impact on carbon reduction targets and include measures to monitor progress towards achieving these targets. This is also recently underpinned by legislation. So there was a recent amendment to our Planning and Development Act, which also requires that these local level development plans include measures to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change. So you can see here on the right, I've shown the two local level plans. It's the Meath, which is our local case study. It's their county development plan and also their parallel climate action strategy. So that shows how climate is introduced and integrated into local level spatial planning. So just to clarify, I suppose this is a new requirement on local development plans in our region. Okay. So to give you a little bit of background about how we currently measure emissions in Ireland, this slide shows the current state. So our Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, they are responsible for Ireland's official statistics, and these are collected at a sectoral level for emissions in Ireland. This slide here shows the 2019 most recent data. You can see here it's shown across the various sectors, and transport and residential buildings include over 30% of that. So spatial planning has a key impact on those sectors. Despite a 4% reduction in the year to 2019, it has to be said that Ireland's levels overall are increasing over 1990. So there's been a 10% increase since 1990. So it's clear that even despite COVID, we're not on the right pathway. It is likely when the 2020 figures come out that we will not meet them, and we aren't on the right trajectory as it stands to meet our 2030 targets. So there is a realisation in Ireland that spatial planning will play a key role in helping change the dial and putting us on the right path to meeting those targets because of planning's wide breadth. Now, even though spatial planning is seen as key to helping us achieve those targets, we still need to find a way to be able to measure our emissions spatially. So when we started to do our research after we adopted our regional strategy, We found that there are very many different models and ways of measuring GHG emissions spatially. The slide you can see here is just an example of some of the models that are currently in use in the territorial areas of the project stakeholders in QGASP. I've highlighted one in particular here from Ireland. This is an air pollution model that was also funded by our EPA and carried out by Aarhus University in Denmark, and you can see there it shows emissions at a spatial level, and this was compiled to comply with our air pollution requirements. However, even though there is some really good high resolution spatial modelling out there, what we did find is because there are so many different ways of measuring emissions spatially and there's no universally agreed method, that it's actually impossible to compare different plans to each other. So this is why we launched QGASP. We wanted to find out a way of quantifying spatial planning policies in a consistent manner so that they would be able to compare, our planning authorities would be able to compare their different spatial planning policies across different territories and across different urban scales. So it's the consistency of method that led us to initiate the QGASP project. Now, we wanted to learn from the latest research in the field of GHG quantification, which is why QGASP, or which is why ESPON was a good fit for us. And then the aims of the project are set out here. So as I said, key to this is identifying a robust method or a tool that can be used by our planning authorities to both assess but also to forecast the impact of their different spatial planning policies so that they would be able to compare across national, regional and local levels and also across different territories in the EU. Key was that it would enhance the existing strategic environmental process, which already allows for consideration of strategic alternatives in the spatial plan making process. And my colleague Kimo will say a little bit more about this. And really, this is to help us map alternative pathways to net zero in Ireland. Just to note that the expected output, it's a web application and modelling tool, but it's hoped that this will be a simple tool. It's intended that it will be for the non-expert user, and as a planner, I include myself as the non-expert. A lot of the models that we've seen require a certain amount of expertise in their application. So just a quick overview of the project. It brings together public body stakeholders from Ireland, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Finland with research experts in Estonia, Finland, in Ireland. You can see on the left, it's a 12-month project, so it's quite a short timeline. We're about halfway through. We've done a lot of the data collection and baseline analysis, and we're currently working with case study pilots to develop and test the model with a view to having final reports by Q4 of this year. So just to zoom in a little bit now on the case studies. As we wanted to be able to compare spatial policies across different territories, it was clear that we needed to select case studies at a range of different urban types and spatial scales. And there is really a big range here. So it's from an island in Northern Ireland, which is a tiny population of 160 people, through to a region in Finland, which has a population of 174,000, but has 70 municipalities within that. The city of Edinburgh in Scotland, and I believe Scotland also wish to test the model at a national scale through their national planning framework. And finally, the Irish case study which is County Meath. So that's one municipality with a population of 195,000. So you can see the range of scales there. Just to zoom in a little bit on Meath, it is located there. You can see the map on the right hand side shows the commuting flows in our region into the capital city region of Dublin. So the red box there is Meath. It is located in Dublin's commuter belt. And it has experienced rapid growth over the last decades, and much of this, unfortunately, has been car-based. You can see here all the motorways that traverse through the county and they converge on the capital city. Over 2/3 of residents in Meath travel to work or education by car. So that's a real challenge for us to be able to decouple future development and economic growth from emissions growth, and to address some of these challenges in terms of the rapid growth, land use change and traffic congestion. And these will be addressed through the local spatial plan and climate plan, as I showed you earlier. So at the moment, the service providers are working with the local stakeholders in Meath to quantify emissions with a focus on those sectors of transport, buildings and land use. And these were selected because of the difference that spatial planning can make in these sectors. You see here some of the local data collection that we've been doing with our National Transport Agency. It shows some local road emissions data in Meath by RoadLink and by Grid. And we're also working with Dublin's energy agency, Codema, to quantify energy use in buildings. So how it will be used in Meath? It's going to be used by planners to test these mitigation strategies in their development plan, which will set out the new growth strategy for the county out to 2027, and it's currently being developed. It's also going to be used to identify and monitor new decarbonisation zones. And I know this is a new requirement again at local level, and the Meath's Climate Action Officer is working hard on that at the moment and hopes that the tool will help in that regard. So key going forward, I suppose, is, by planning properly, we can avoid locking in unsustainable land use patterns and transport patterns going forward. So this is my final slide here, and I'm just going to sum up really, what we hope QGASP is going to do for us. As I mentioned already, we do see spatial planning as a lever for change. By planning properly, we can promote efficient use of land, we can promote sustainable transport, both public transport and active travel. We can build sustainable communities and transition to a green economy and society. The project, it is eagerly awaited in Ireland, both at a national level. We have seen in Ireland, the Green Party are currently part of a coalition in government, and I suppose the government is keen to change Ireland's trajectory from a laggard in climate change to a leader in climate change. We've seen earlier on the current state is that we're not on the right pathway as it stands, and the government in response has recently declared a climate emergency in Ireland, and there's also a new climate bill which is going through the Houses of Oireachtas, which is our parliament structure, and that sets out now for the first time a more ambitious roadmap for Ireland. It sets out carbon budgets for each department and a requirement for a 7% emission reductions per annum, up to 51% reduction by 2030. So that's going over and above our EU commitment. And it's a huge challenge to be able to have our emissions over the next decade and onwards towards the net zero target by 2050. And obviously transformative change will be needed across all sectors to deliver that climate neutrality objective. And there is a key role that's envisaged for the local planning authorities as leaders in this regard. So as I mentioned, it is eagerly awaited at a local level by the planning authorities, who hope to use QGASP tool to map those alternative pathways to carbon neutrality. And a key part of that will be trying to build political will for this transformative change that is needed over the next decade. So we see QGASP as being able to help us in that. Also, by integrating climate action into our spatial plans at all levels, we hope that we will be able to leverage European Green Deal opportunities and position climate change as a driver for growth. And this will hopefully will help us build the consensus that will be needed for this change over the coming decade and on to 2050. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand back to Marianne now, and I look forward to taking questions and answers at the end of this workshop session.
Thank you, Pauline, for explaining so clearly the situation in Ireland, and as well the challenges that you meet with achieving the goals of the greenhouse gas emissions. I now give the floor to Kimo, who can explain us how they plan to address these questions and how they are developing this tool that can help you to assess and measure the impacts of spatial planning policy. Timo, go ahead.
Thank you, Marianne, and thank you, Pauline. I will share my screen and show you my presentation. I assume that you can see my screen now. So, hello, everyone. On behalf of the service providers of the QGIS SD team, I would like to introduce you our project and where we are at the moment. As Pauline already explained, we are in the progress of creating the tool, so unfortunately I will not be able to present you the final tool and its user interface. This is something that we will have ready in October. And we started last October, so we are in the middle of all kinds of technical details and methodological questions right now. But I'm trying to zoom out and give you an overview of what we have achieved and what we are about to achieve. I bet you all seen all kinds of tool development projects, but I think also that we have a couple of quite interesting ideas here already to propose you in this project and in the tool. So I hope that you find this presentation interesting.
Kimo, can the microphone is a little bit, yeah, maybe you can have it a little bit further from your mouth that it works better.
Okay, is it better now? Any better? Let's try this way. Thank you, Marian. So we continue. So this is our team. We are Finnish, Estonian, Irish, and also one person from Iceland team working on the topic, which we all find very fascinating and interesting. I will believe that we have some noise online. Thank you. And but it's also a very challenging topic, and we've been excited to be selected to work on this project. 1 year is maybe not enough to address all the questions that kind of arise from this challenge of pan-European methodology for quantifying the greenhouse gas emissions in spatial planning. But I think we can lay a solid basis for a tool and a method that is future-proof. And if we achieve that, I'll be very happy. So we need a tool, we need the methodology that can be applied anywhere in Europe, all over Europe, in all scales of spatial planning, and we need to have results that can be compared. This is something that is quite challenging, like I said, and what we have recognized is that most likely we will have to apply a bit simpler solutions that many local tools or methods today apply, as all the local or territorial methods can basically be built on territorial and local data sets that are available and make best use of that. Now we have to search for data that is available all over Europe and should be, if possible, coherent. This is maybe a topic that could be in the future tackled by harmonization, so European or international standard on the topic would help us a lot. And if there should be one, it should cover both the method and the way the data sets are created. Then we can really have a consistency in this data that we are using. And like Pauline was explaining, we are also testing the method in 4 pilot case studies in Ireland, UK, and Finland, in different scales, different type of situations and for different types of greenhouse gas emission sectors to test that it really can quantify in a reliable way. So this is about the harmonization question that I mentioned. And most of the methods applied today are built from local starting points. There are academic research papers pointing out that, for example, the methods applied by the cities of Helsinki, Stockholm, and Copenhagen actually cannot be compared, because these methods for greenhouse gas quantification are different. So the true harmonization is not there. There are recent proposals about how to harmonize the method. For example, the C40 cities model is not very old, but they are a bit different with their approaches, and I think none of these methods are really accepted as the leading standard. And the fact that most of these methods are based on territorial approach actually leads to a situation where the results cannot be compared, and I will come back to this question later. One challenge to overcome is, of course, that the planning systems are also very different in different parts of Europe. This was one description of the differences through 5 families of European planning systems. So also the system of spatial planning, which we would need to integrate to, is different, and very, in many cases, in a very fundamental way. And luckily, this SEA process is now integrating to all these planning systems. Strategic environmental assessment is carried out all over Europe, and we already know that there's a way to kind of integrate this systematic assessment process to planning processes. And this is now an opportunity also for a European greenhouse gas quantification method, which I believe could be quite powerful mechanism also for greenhouse gas mitigation, as in spatial planning we can recognize opportunities for regional greenhouse gas mitigation strategies that are maybe more sensitive to local special features than national policies. They can recognize opportunities and applications that are specific for just that specific region, and have really big changes happening. In SEA, more specifically, which our tool should also serve, we can see that the quantification tool could be integrated in different phases of the SEA process. Maybe in the screening phase, the role of this kind of tool could be just to check if we are kind of, if we decide not to conduct an SEA, we can check if it's really true that we are not causing any environmental impact or climate impacts with the plan when it's applied. But of course, in scoping and in the preparation of environmental report, the quantification of alternative plans or alternative policies would be the key task for the new tool. And this is what we've been focusing on. So for the first time, you would have results that really can be compared. You would be able to compare the results of various cities or territories throughout Europe. We are going to create something that will be a free browser-based tool, published as an open source tool, so that we hope that it will be also developed further after the project is ready. And they could be even more sophisticated and additional calculation modules added. So we have a modular structure that enables updating various calculation modules, or all of them, when, for example, new standards or practices are established and applied. Then we can cover all the scales, even though in practice I think that the questions and the frameworks that we are creating could be best performing in quite large scale, territorial scale. When we go down to a local detail plan scale of some urban quarters only, for example, then also the parameters should be a bit different for quantification. So maybe our tool will not be best performing in the very small scale that is close to building level scale, but in larger scale, even national scale, that works quite well. And it can be applied in SEA process as the target was to quantify the greenhouse gas emissions to support just decision making and planning decisions. Now, one key feature that we plan to have in the tool is that we have 2 modes. This is something that we learned from a tool that is actually no longer supported. It was the EcoCity Evaluator tool that had 2 modes of calculation. And the 2 modes here refer not only 2 different methods, but 2 approaches, 2 perspectives on greenhouse gas quantification within the target area. And it might be useful for planning processes to have a look at both approaches. One reason for having both of them here is that this consumption-based approach enables comparisons and responds quite well to the task at hand. So with this method, we can really compare results in different scales and cross border also And territorial approach is actually closer to what we are doing today, and I'm trying to explain here the difference between the two approaches if you're not familiar with this yet. So with territorial approach, we refer to greenhouse gas quantification, where we kind of draw the boundary around some geographic area, and we intend to find out what is happening inside this boundary that we've created. Direct emissions inside the boundaries are, for example, land use changes, direct emissions from other sources. Usually we need to extend that to so-called scope 2 emissions to include also the energy produced for the buildings inside the boundary and so on. But the idea is that what defines the scope of examination is this physical boundary around the city or territory, and we look inside this area. Whereas in consumption-based approach, where we draw the boundary and define our target area, we look at the residents of this area, and we aim to track the processes that are needed to produce goods and services for the residents, and the emissions caused during these processes, wherever they may happen. So if a process that is needed for this resident takes place, causes emissions outside the boundaries, we don't mind it. They are kind of allocated for the end user of this product, and in this way the perspective is different. And one key finding in our project was that we discovered a method called the tiered hybrid LCA method, and I will explain in detail this in the following slides, but this is something that we want to apply for the consumption-based approach. Now in one tool we basically have two quantification tools where the approach and the data is different actually, and they don't mix in a way. We are using partly the same data sources, but we are producing two perspectives on the emissions caused by these areas that we want to examine. And also on the spatial plannings and policies, which are the two targets for the quantification. Territorial approach is similar to what we do in national greenhouse gas inventories, and as a matter of fact, also the IPCC guidelines that are applied in national greenhouse gas inventories can be also used in territorial mode. In our tool, for example, the land use change sector will be applying the IPCC methodology. Whereas the consumption-based approach is different thing, and it could be described as something that is rather similar to personal carbon footprint, where we try to understand the consequences of our consumption, no matter where these emissions happen globally. They are all affecting the same atmosphere. And as a structure for the tool, this looks like that. On the consumption-based side, on the right-hand side, we are building this on a matrix called Exio-based. That's a European huge matrix, which includes the economic consumption of households all over the Europe, and can kind of cover all the economic consumption and convert that into CO2 emissions. So this is quite extensive approach to CO2 emissions on this side, and the hybrid here in our tiered hybrid LCA method means that we are making this Exio-based result more accurate by using local data on traffic and energy use of buildings. So the economic input-output matrix here kind of guarantees that we can cover a very vast number of emission sectors, practically all the consumption that the residents of the area have. And by adding this process-based LCA data on traffic and energy use in buildings, we improve the accuracy of the results. And this part we have pretty much ready at the moment. There are, of course, some user interface and technical things to be improved and developed further to make the tool really user-friendly. The end user of the tool doesn't have to know anything about the matrix or how it quantifies. It's done for a planner. I will explain this later. On the other side, we are building this territorial approach quantification mode of modules. We promised to deliver at least 3 modules: traffic, energy use in buildings, and land use change. land use change module is quite pretty much completed already, but we are still working on energy use in buildings module and traffic module. And the idea here is that it is possible later to add new quantification modules in the tool or replace our modules. So if for example, there's a territory who has very advanced quantification systems in place already, they can still take this tool and replace the quantification module by their own module and continue quantifying the territorial results and monitoring the development within their own region using their own method if they like. Or if in the future, if next year, for example, we see an international standard being published on energy use in buildings or traffic, it can be written as a code and inserted in this tool, and then we are running it up to date again. And the point of all this modularity and open source is that we've seen so many tools being published and getting outdated and left unused that we would like to produce something that is future-proof, something that can be and will be updated, something that can collect data and results from different parts of Europe for comparisons, for sharing the best practices, for forming kind of a free platform for comparing the good policies and results gained by spatial planning. I think it could be quite powerful as such if we manage to do so. And what you can do with the tool then, we can create the baseline for greenhouse gas emissions in the target area, may it be a small area, part of a town or municipality or a territory like Meath County or even larger area like Scotland. We can make the future projection until 2050, and we can examine what is the required carbon offset for carbon neutrality, and that year then to aim for carbon neutrality can be selected by the user. And then against this baseline scenario, we can quantify the impact of policies or local developments. They may be something that have an impact on how we use the built environment today, or they could be new developments that mean new areas, new construction, densifying the city, and so on. However, the principle in here is that it is counting from numbers to numbers. I want to highlight this because there are very high expectations also considering the tool. We will not be able to deliver a tool where you can feed in a map from one end and you get some figures from the other end. This is something we cannot do. Or maybe if you have more time in next project, but maybe not in this project. Numbers to numbers means that you can feed in numbers that the planners know, like hectares or square meters, and then they convert into CO2 emission factors. And we can do comparisons with the tool, and there's a traffic light indication to warn if the results are not well comparable, or if they are not accurate, or if the data that we're using is not up to date. And this is all to keep the use very simple and also available for anyone who is not that familiar with the practices of greenhouse gas quantification. We have specified 3 types of users, and the most important one is of course the planner user who can just open the browser-based tool and start quantifying without adding no specific knowledge on the greenhouse gas quantification, because there's built-in data in the tool, European data that you can start quantifying with. But the whole beef in doing local greenhouse gas quantification is the local data. And this is something that can be inserted by an expert user. So by expert user, we mean a local person who is familiar with greenhouse gas quantification and can collect and insert a set of local data into the tool. And then we start having results that reflect the local developments and local decision making. It kind of overrides the European data and makes the tool sensitive for local situation and developments. This is something that can be done once, and after that, planner user can continue having very good, viable results. But as we have new data or every year, it is always good to update this local data set every once in a while. And then we have a developer user. This is the opportunity of creating new modules in an open source code. So if you think that you have much better method for quantifying the emissions than what we are proposing, you can replace that in the code. You can quantify with that to make the tool relevant and viable in your home region. This is a diagram that kind of explains the flow of quantification. So we have inbuilt data sets, Eurostat and Exio-based European data. Then local data set is created by the expert user, who we expect to be able to collect the local data and put it in once. But after that, the green tone here shows how the planner user can start using the tool with or without this local data set, just inserting the quantities of the target area and giving some specifications about the area which we want to examine. Interesting feature here is that the local data sets is saved in the tool, and gradually it starts to collect a larger number of local data sets which other users can also use. So once the Dublin dataset, for example, is established, anyone can use that for quantifications in Dublin. You only have to do it once. And hopefully by the time this register of local datasets starts to collect a larger number of datasets, making the quantification accurate and easy to start for any user. And with this, we can already get some results. We get the baseline and we get the carbon offset. And now when we want to quantify the changes caused by a planning policy, then we kind of revisit the parameters of the quantification and see how these new plans will adjust these parameters of quantification. And that's how we get the versions that you can compare if your plan A, B, or C is performing best in the greenhouse gas emissions. And with that information, we can produce a results sheet which can be used to help the local decision making or SEA process, or just in general to compare alternative ideas regarding the land use and spatial planning. So our solutions in brief is the two approaches, where the consumption-based approach is something new. To my knowledge, there are no tools at the market yet which would be applying the tiered hybrid LCA method. It's very consistent, very holistic, and gives basically a really good overview on the total emissions caused by the consumption of the target area residents. And this is really a new important aspect for kind of revealing the greenhouse gas emissions of different kind of policies. And the comparisons will be possible with this approach. Then this modularity and open source idea is something that we hope that keeps the tool alive also after the project and keeps it developing and up to date, not only with the datasets, but also the way it quantifies. We have created some proposals with the best knowledge that we have today, but I'm quite sure that already in 5 years, there is much more knowledge to propose even more sophisticated quantification modules in the tool, and hopefully it will be updated and kept alive as a platform for this kind of calculations and comparisons. And any target area can be quantified, may it be small scale or large scale, with the tool. Now, in the end of my presentation, we have prepared you some questions. We would like to hear what you think about this. I'm ready to answer questions online after this is explained. But we also have this Mentimeter tool prepared for you. So if you check the chat box now, you will soon find there a link to this Mentimeter tool, and you can give your response in this tool, and we will see here online how you are answering to these 3 questions that we have here. Firstly, based on my presentation and Pauline's presentation, were we able to explain what the QCAS SP tool is about? Secondly, will it help you in solving your everyday planning related challenges? And thirdly, if you're already using a tool, is that sufficient? Is that providing you with all the functionalities that you would like to have in greenhouse gas quantification related tasks? Then there is also an opportunity to write a comment or question, and we can in the end also have a look at that field on the next page, where you can freely formulate your questions or comments for us working on the project right now. This was all on my side. We'd be very delighted to present the final tool after October when we are ready with that, and you will be able to find it online, probably on the ESPON website, free of charge, open for anyone to use, and hopefully collecting plenty of local data sets and results that can be then used for cross-country, cross-territorial comparisons and developing of the policies and strategies for greenhouse gas mitigation.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, I invite you all to then give your opinion in the Mentimeter tool that you can access in the browser. I think we have to refresh the browser, but and then you have to indicate or to note that strongly disagree is on the left and strongly agree is on the right. So if you completely understand what the tool is about, then you go to the right. But if you still have some questions, you go more to the left. In the meantime, if you have other questions, you can also put them in the chat. And I would like to invite first Caroline Corrigan, who is present in the meeting. Yes, that's good. To explain, because Caroline is from the Meath County Council, and you are one of the local stakeholders within the project. And I would like to invite you to explain a little bit how you address identifying and monitoring the decarbonization zones.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I suppose we're delighted to work on this project. It's very timely. Things on the climate side have got so busy. And as Pauline has mentioned, we've new legislation, we've a new national climate action plan. We'll have to revisit our own climate action plan. So it's all about climate at the moment. And as Pauline mentioned, part of our work is around decarbonisation zones. So each local authority had to pick either an urban or a rural area and identify it. And we have until the end of the year to prepare an implementation plan for this. So we took a slightly different approach. We kind of taken a county-wide approach because it's, I suppose, climate change just respects boundaries. And, you know, we're quite a big county, but we have, you know, a large agricultural sector and we have a few big heat producers. So it kind of made sense to look at it not just in a town, but on a bigger process. So no, I think this tool will be very, very useful for us in terms of how we're demonstrating how our emissions gone down. It's all evidence-based, so that's kind of looking backwards and then, of course, looking forwards. So this gives us the opportunity to identify the big wins, or we can make, you know, big changes in relation to reducing our emissions. And Pauline mentioned as well, just I suppose in terms of political buy-in, you know, for us to achieve this, there will be some difficult decisions that we'll have to make, or the councillors will have to make, and it may not be popular with the constituents. And, you know, to get us to 2030, you know, they'll have to be brave in making these decisions. So I think this tool will support that. It'll give the evidence to say, look, we've looked at all the different options. This is the best way forward. So it's not just somebody making something up or saying something, or, you know, based on anything that it's actually based on evidence, and, you know, gives that flexibility to look at the different options within that. So it will inform those very difficult decisions. And I suppose our councillors are quite involved in climate action as well, which is great. But yeah, look forward to testing the tool and with the planners. I should say I'm not actually a planner myself, but I would be interested in using it as well. But certainly I think it'd be a really, really valuable tool in terms of both the county development plan and our ambitions in terms of climate action.
Okay, thank you, Caroline, for giving a little bit of more insight into this aspect. Since we have one question, but this is on the SDG tools, I will answer this separately. I invite maybe Kimo to look again into the results of the Mentimeter, because there are some results already, but maybe you have to refresh the screen again so that we can see all the results indicated. It's a nice tool.
Thank you, Marian. We have some results, and I'm happy to find out that we were maybe able to explain what the tool will be about, even though it's still work in progress. And
yeah.
Also, it seems that the proposed tool could be also needed in everyday planning-related challenges. I'm very happy to learn that. And also, it seems that there some of you are already using a tool that is sufficient, but this result could be, of course, more on the right-hand side. So there could be use for this kind of new tool that ESPON now aims to publish. So I'm very happy to see these kind of results.
Yes.
Let's have a quick look at the text field then. Do we have anything over there? Maybe not yet. Something. Ease of use is an important feature. Yes, I agree. And I apologize if my presentation now looks a bit, sounds a bit complicated and technical. You are now looking like under the hood, the technical space, how it quantifies, but in the end we hope that in standard use nobody needs to know how exactly it quantifies, but it could provide reliable results, and then just use this traffic light signal to warn if something is not right. Not an expert, just interested in this kind of a model tool. Yes, sounds good. To think, yes, it would be really interesting to have an integrated tool assessing both climate and natural resource use impacts. That's a good point, and I agree totally. For a 1-year project, this was already quite extensive effort, but I hope that this kind of tool development can continue. Maybe there could be even a continuation project for the QGAS SP to further advance the functionalities of the tool. Our main objective is that we could lay a basis for something that is future-proof and useful, and introduces some new features that at least I'm not aware of at the moment.
Yes. Thank you, Kimo. I agree that it's only a 1-year project, so they can do only a limited number of things. And yeah, what you say, afterwards in the next programming period, we could maybe look into possibilities to extend the model and with different types of things. It can already be done by what Kimo explained, because it's an open source, so data can be included, new methodologies can be included, but to what extent things can be included and what needs to be further developed by ESPON projects, for example, this has to be seen and discussed. Then I have maybe a last question for Kristi Grisakov. I don't know if you are also online. I saw your name that you attended, and I was wondering if you can say a little bit more about how the use of the web application can be linked to the SCA processes, because you are the person looking into that.
Yes, hi Marian. Maybe Kimo can help here, because I'm a spatial planner, but I'm not a SCA expert. But we did discuss this. We have discussed quite extensively this specific question with the Stockholm Environmental Institute experts we have in our team. So, Kimo, could you please maybe express what the thoughts we would have been having regarding the SCA?
Well, very briefly referring to what I was quickly taking you through with the slides. Maybe SCA would need this kind of more standardized approach for greenhouse gas quantification. And firstly, it should be a permanent part of this assessment. But at the moment, to my knowledge, it's not harmonized or standardized by any way, and it's not always done. So the tool could provide one opportunity of conducting greenhouse gas quantification processes related to selection of these alternatives in a consistent manner and in reliable manner to then support the final decision making. Also, as briefly presented in the slides, when firstly screening if SEA is needed, the tool could be used to check if a certain action or policy will have a climate impact. If there are parameters that will change because of the plan, then it will also have a climate impact. And maybe it's only the monitoring phase after the SEA process where the tool cannot be, or it's not designed to serve that part of the process. But otherwise, especially when comparing the alternatives in scoping phase and the environmental reporting phase, the tool can be directly used for the process, and even it can be used to, in a way, identify the best practices from other areas or cities or territories, which then can be kind of tested and adapted or not adapted in the area which is being examined.
Okay, thank you, Kimmo. Then maybe I have a question to the audience, because I noticed that there are a few persons as well that already have, or maybe even only one. Yeah, one person that has is already using a tool, and it might be interesting to know what tool this person is using. So to share a little bit experience. But then, of course, I don't know who answered this question. And if anybody else has questions, you can raise your hand as well, or put it in the chat. And if there are no more questions, then I think I will close, because we already are past 2 o'clock. We started a little bit later, but all in all, we are online now for an hour. And if there are no questions, I think I will close the workshop. And I want to thank the speakers for their presentations and explaining the needs by Pauline and how we're planning to address these needs by Kimmo. I hope you learned a little bit of what we are planning to do, and you are curious to know the results. The interim report is now available via the ESPON website on the QCASP webpage, which you can download. There you can see more in detail what they are planning to do. And the final result will probably be available by the end of this year. And then you can see and test the model and the tool yourself. And we are looking into possibilities also to put the tool, and maybe also to organize a small training for people that are interested to use the tool. There are also plans to develop a video that explains the use of the tool. So that's also very interesting and handy. And I would close this workshop and say that you can stay connected to ESPON to learn more about the outputs when they are published via, for example, the newsletter, to learn about when this is being launched. So thank you all for participating in this workshop, and wish you all a nice afternoon. And I'm looking forward to the results and the tool to be used, but we have to be patient a little bit. Okay, thank you very much.